150. Although the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was briefly discouraged, she was Li Baoping. Alas, she was soon in high spirits. She quietly moved away and sneaked behind the tall woman from the left side. Then she walked to the right side of the tall woman. Looking at her clothes and her big lotus leaf, Li Baoping felt that she was really beautiful. After hearing Cui Dong's cursing and the old man's scolding, Qin Pingon figured out something, but he still couldn't believe it. He swallowed and whispered to the tall woman, "This old man, are you Mr. Qi's teacher? Is he the sage of literature? The sage of Confucianism?" No wonder the journey was so full of ups and downs. He would meet Alliance in a bamboo hat, the land sword whiz in the wind snow temple, and of course this man surnamed Cui. The tall woman nodded and said with a smile, "Yes." The woman's real body was the sword spirit bred by the old sword hanging under the stone arch bridge. During the long wait of nearly 10,000 years, she once witnessed the fall of the last real dragon. In that epic battle, the great Qi trainers of the 3 religions and the 100 schools of philosophers worked together, but there were still countless casualties. The corpses of those who died in the battle fell to the ground like rain, and their souls were condensed and did not disperse. Together with the fate of the real dragon after its death, they finally created the Dragon Pearl Cave. However, she regarded it as a child's play. This sword spirit watched coldly from the beginning to the end. Occasionally, her eyes lit up, and she secretly picked up a few beautiful objects without anyone noticing. She originally thought that she would spend the rest of her life either sleeping or yawning, visualizing those magnificent ancient ruins and drifting around them. She was even worse than a wandering ghost, drifting with the waves in the river of time bit by bit, waiting for the day when the spiritual energy would disperse completely. However, when the Dragon Pearl Cave was broken, she chose Qin Pingon as her second master, not Ningyao, who was born to be a great sword whiz, not Ma Kushuan, who had a good background, not Xie or Chao Shi, who were born and raised in a small town. Qi Jingchun had contributed greatly to all of this. First, it was that night when Qi Jingchun sat alone on the covered bridge until dawn, right under the inscribed board. His purpose was to persuade her to open her eyes and take a look at the boy from Mud Bottle Alley, even if it was just a glance. Actually, the sword spirit did not feel anything at first glance. She had seen too many surprises in her life. Therefore she was indifferent. To her, whether the Black Pearl Grotto heaven collapsed or the heavenly Tao retaliated and the people suffered, it did not affect her at all. However, she was indeed a little curious. Why did Qi Jingchun, a scholar who was said to have the potential to establish a sect, choose a child who had not even studied before? So after that day she looked at the young man a few more times, but she still didn't feel anything. Later, when she was really bored, she finally remembered that before Qi Jingchun left, he used his identity as the sage of the small town to intercept the Yi Shui in the river of time for the last 10 years in the Black Pearl Grotto heaven. It was fished up by Qi Jingchun with great magic and placed under the covered bridge. Therefore one day when she had nothing to do, she had to find something to do, right? She began to show her real body hovering above the water under the covered bridge. She combed her hair while watching the water. It was all bits and pieces of the boy from Mud Bottle Alley. There were hidden plots behind the scenes, trivial matters in the streets, good deeds with hidden evil intentions, and disasters caused by unintentional actions. There were family affairs, joys and sorrows, sadness and sincerity, life and death. She thought it was quite interesting, much more interesting than watching a group of children fighting and beating up a small worm. For example, there was a child who carried a basket that was almost half his height, saying that he was going to the mountain to pick herbs. But before he went up the mountain, he cried earth-shatteringly. Another example was a child standing on a small stool, holding a spatula in his hand and muttering that he must cook a delicious meal tonight. It was neither salty nor bland, just right. Another example was a child who ran away from the Tonghulu stall, drooling as he ran. He could only imagine how it tasted when he was young. Finally, another example was a child who, in order to survive, fished in the depths of the stream at noon. He didn't know that it was difficult for immortals to catch fish at noon, and his skin was darker than charcoal. The sword spirit knew that these were all hardships, but she never felt that they were unbearable. Because the sword spirit had followed her master on expeditions everywhere, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the remains of gods could be piled up into mountains. The monster cores of those big monsters could be strung into Tonghulu, which was crispy and crunchy. Those figures that turned into extraterrestrial demons covered the sky and the sun, and could be destroyed with a sword. So when Qi Jingchun found her again, she was still unwilling to agree. But when Qi Jingchun, a sage who was good at reasoning, was at his wits' end, Qi Jingchun took back the handful of water of time and gently poured it into Dragon's Whisker Stream on the covered bridge. Those scenes flowed slowly from the youth Qin Pingon, who was in a hurry to deliver the letter, to the child Qin Pingon, who was in the immortal's tomb, praying for his mother's health. The moment Qi Jingchun poured the water, he decided not to insist on persuading the sword spirit. He began to walk to the end of the covered bridge, and at the last moment of his great disappointment, an unintentional sentence finally moved the stone-hearted sword spirit. "We are all very disappointed in this world." The sword spirit remained calm and collected. The last scene was of the child bidding farewell to his father in Mud Bottle Alley. "Father, I'm 5 years old, I'm an adult." The sword spirit looked at the figure and said, "Let him walk on the covered bridge. If he can persist, I'll consider it." Qi Jingchun turned around in shock, then laughed heartily and nodded vigorously. "I believe in Qin Pingon, please believe in Qi Jingchun." The man strode down the steps of the covered bridge, his two big sleeves swaying violently as if they were filled with Qi Jingchun's youth. The sword spirit's thoughts were interrupted by the youth's question. The youth asked cautiously, "Since she's Mr. Qi's teacher, can we not fight?" The sword spirit let go of the snow-white lotus leaf in her hand. It first floated into the sky, then suddenly became huge, holding up the vast sky with a radius of 10 miles. She shook her head and said, "For Mr. Qi you have to fight." Qin Pingon scratched his head and said, "Although I don't know why, since it has something to do with Mr. Qi and you said so, I believe you." The youth paused for a moment, his eyes firm. He stared at the tall woman and grinned. "Let's fight." She smiled knowingly and shifted her gaze to the old man who was still delaying. He had spent half a day to untie the knot on the binding scroll, but he was still muttering. "I used to only know how to hide in the study room and missed a lot. After leaving the Forest of Merits, I wanted to try a life I didn't dare to imagine before, such as drinking to my heart's content, quarreling with people with thick necks, eating spicy food, swimming in the water shirtless, and so on. I've been to many places and seen many famous mountains and rivers." She joked. "Master Wenxing, it's not over yet. Your neck will be cut by a knife, yes, a sword. It's meaningless to drag it out like this." The old man said angrily, "I'm waiting for you two to change your mind." She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Old man, don't take advantage of me." The old scholar laughed. "Old man." Her smile became gentler. "I'll remember it." The old man had nothing to lose. "Let's fight, I'm not afraid of you." "Do you really think I can't fight?" "That's just a comparison of my quarreling skills." The old elementary scholar had finally untied the knot. He flicked his wrist and the scroll made a popping sound as it unfurled and fell to the ground. The old elementary scholar held the scroll in his hand. The scroll was extremely long and it covered the entire area around the well. Qin Pingon had wanted to take a step forward but was stopped by the tall woman who held him by the shoulder, preventing him from moving. The bold Li Baoping simply squatted on the ground and carefully observed it. She didn't forget to poke here and there. The young man standing behind the old man, Cui Dong, was helping the old scholar carry his luggage. The old man shouted, "Withdraw." At the old well, Li Baoping, who was squatting on the ground to study the mountains and rivers, suddenly woke up. The scroll on the ground was gone. Moreover, her martial uncle and the ghost sister with a bad temper, as well as her teacher's teacher, the old man whom she should call Grandmaster, had all disappeared. She looked up and saw that the scroll had returned to a scroll, quietly hovering in the air. The young man Cui Dong didn't find this strange. He stood there obediently holding his luggage, his face full of grief and resentment. She suddenly stood up, raised the seal high and asked loudly, "Surnamed Cui, where is my martial uncle? If you don't tell me, I'll hit you. I've never hit anyone lightly. If I accidentally hit you to death, I won't be responsible." Cui Dong looked at the little girl, his face indifferent. He nodded and said, "You can just hit me to death. Provocation, right? Forget about the woman in white. You bastard, you're also here?" Li Baoping was stunned for a moment, then she became furious. Without saying a word, she ran away. After bypassing the painting, she, who was shorter than the young man in white, jumped nimbly and smashed the seal in her hand heavily on Cui Shi's head. The young man Cui Dong's face was full of disbelief and his eyes were dazed. He reached out and touched his swollen forehead. He suddenly threw away his luggage and squatted on the ground. He held his head and shouted, "I can't live like this anymore. Everyone can bully me." The little girl felt guilty for no reason. She held the seal behind her back and secretly hid the tools. Then she began to study the scroll, hoping to find her martial uncle. Qin Pingon looked around. It was a bit like when he was first pulled into the bottom of the water by the sword spirit. There was nothing around, so some of the objects seemed particularly real. For example, there was a high wall in the distance. No matter how Qin Pingon stretched his neck, he couldn't see the end of the wall. The woman in white standing beside him reached out and held the black hair tied together by a golden knot. She smiled and said, "This is in the Book of Mountains and Rivers, and also in the consciousness of the Sage of Literature. It's complicated and troublesome to talk about it. You only need to know that you can use your sword here. This is also one of the reasons why I agreed to the old man's request. Otherwise we would have fought on the cliff by the river." Her other hand suddenly pressed on Qin Pingon's shoulder. "It's too close now, so you can't see the real appearance. I'll take you back a little. Let's go back 800 miles first." Qin Pingon felt that his whole body was moving as fast as lightning. He didn't know how far they had retreated. When he finally stood still, the teenager couldn't care less about the discomfort in his body and the boiling in his mansion of qi. He opened his mouth and looked at that mountain. How could a mountain that was 800 miles away be so huge? Compared to it, his hometown Mount Biyun should be like a small mound. The tall woman's face was solemn. "There's another more important reason. If the Sage of Literature agreed to fight here, he can give you some extra treatment." Qin Pingon was so shocked that he couldn't be any more shocked. His mouth was a little dry. She stared at the teenager's eyes. "Here, when you use your sword, you will have the cultivation of a 10th realm qi cultivator. Of course, this is an illusion, but it's a very real illusion. I hope that when you're here you can carefully experience it. It's not very useful for your future cultivation." She was amused by herself. She couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, I just want you to know one thing. Don't just focus on practicing martial arts. Especially if you always think that practicing martial arts is for survival. That's too useless. How can your ambition be so small? Think about it. Who are you?" Qin Pingon replied in a daze. Qin Pingon? It was fine if he didn't answer the question. The key was that if he wasn't Qin Pingon, who else could he be? She bent down and rubbed the teenager's head. "Other than being Qin Pingon, you're also my master." The teenager was a little embarrassed. At the peak of the mountain, an old man said angrily, "All right, you were so anxious before. Now you're not?" The sword spirit took a deep breath and pointed at the mountain. "That's the largest of the 5 peaks in the central divine continent." Qin Pingon nodded. She looked at the mountain in the distance, her eyes burning. "Then if the mountain blocks your path, what will you do?" Qin Pingon said softly, "Crawl over." The corner of her mouth curled up. She wasn't angry. She asked again, "But what if you have a sword in your hand?" Qin Pingon recalled the scene of himself opening a path with a hatchet in his hand. He asked, "Cutting through the mountain?" She laughed loudly. "Yes." The tall woman strode forward and stood in front of Qin Pingon. She stretched out her fingers and slowly swiped them from left to right. A tiny dot of light suddenly exploded at the leftmost position. It was like the sun in the sky. Then it spread all the way to the right. With every inch of the blinding light, the tall woman's figure dimmed a little. Finally, Qin Pingon saw a sheathless sword hovering in front of him. It seemed like it had been waiting for someone to hold it for thousands of years. The light had already dissipated. The teenager slowly walked forward and grasped the hilt of the sword. In an instant, the teenager holding the sword felt like the world was turning upside down. All of his chi abodes and acupoints were shaking. The air around him was chaotic, blowing so hard that the teenager could barely open his eyes. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and said telepathically, "Let's go." The sword trembled madly. It was like an autumn cicada on the highest branch crying out to the world. 151. The old scholar stood on a huge rock at the top of the mountain, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. At this moment, the white-haired old man standing tall against the wind did not look shabby at all. The old scholar looked 800 miles away at the light that suddenly lit up. Even at such a distance, the old man still felt that it was somewhat dazzling. The old man nodded slightly and said, "After so many years, although the edge of the sword is much blunter than in the legends, the sharpness within has not decreased by much. Powerful, truly powerful. After 10,000 years, the sea has changed into mulberry fields, but it still has such essence." But the old scholar quickly smiled and said, "I will use this mountain to make you retreat. When it comes to fighting, it is best to avoid fighting as much as possible. It will hurt the harmony." The mountain under the old man's feet that he had visualized into a painting was so famous that it couldn't be any more famous. In the central divine continent, which had the largest territory of the 9 great continents, there was a mountain named Sui Mountain. The mountain was majestic and could be said to be connected to the heavens. At the top of the mountain was a stele inscribed with the words, "Only one in the world, ancestor of the 5 mountains, astral winds come," left behind by the first disciple of the Tao ancestor, and "My Wudong" inscribed with the fingers of the military saint. There were more than 180 stone inscriptions of the past emperors of different continents who came here to pray and announce to the heavens. These inscriptions, which were full of mystery, extended all the way from the heavenly platform at the peak of Sui Mountain down to the mountainside. Scenic spots and historical sites could be seen almost everywhere. The old scholar looked at the bright light of the sword and was somewhat surprised. When he first appeared at the old well, he saw Qin Pingon holding the sword. It was really unbearable to look at. Even the old scholar, who was not particular about martial arts, could not bear to see it. But at this moment, seeing the way the young man held the sword in front of him, the old man only had one thought: steady. The young man's hand holding the sword was very steady. His heart was very calm and very steady, so his spirit and will were even more steady. After the tall woman poured all of her sword will into the old sword bar, in the next moment she appeared on the lake in the heart of the young man Qin Pingon, with an even more illusory figure and a mysterious aura. She had golden eyes and bare feet. When her toes gently touched the surface of the lake, ripples appeared. Then the young man's voice sounded. Her warm voice resonated in the young man's heart. "Don't be in a hurry to attack. Get used to the feeling of being a Realm Tenchi refinement warrior first. There are only a few types of sword moves and there aren't many variations." This was the difference between the Jianghu of the later generations and the immortals on the mountain. Qi refinement warriors practiced Qi, combining nurturing and refining into one. There were thousands of sword intents that could be nurtured. Some were deep, some were shallow, some were high and some were low. If others are wells and streams, you are lakes and rivers. Naturally, you are thousands of times better than others. The length of the sword qi depends on the state of the body's qi dwelling. The more openings there are in the qi dwelling, the deeper the potential. Others only have an inferior grade blessed land, but you have all of them. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. The meridians are like roads, the tougher and wider they are. Others have a single plank bridge and a winding path, but you have a great path to heaven. How can they compete with you? She looked around. After seeing the young man's mental state, she was full of smiles and said softly, "Do you understand?" The young man was struggling to get used to the feeling of being a Realm Tenchi refinement warrior. In addition, the airflow around his body was extremely chaotic. He could not even open his eyes, let alone speak. Fortunately, she told him that he only needed to think in his heart. The young man told her honestly, "I understand, but I don't know how to do it." She was not surprised at all and laughed out loud. Qin Pingon did not understand. He continued to try his best to get used to being a Realm Tenchi refinement warrior. That strange feeling was indescribable. It was like a starving person who suddenly had his stomach stuffed with fish and meat. There was not a single gap left and all of his qi dwellings were opened up. That vital qi that had originally been like a roaming fire dragon suddenly changed from the size of a needle to the size of an exaggerated loach. It swam rapidly in all of his meridians, rampaging and unobstructed. Along the way, it continuously engulfed the vital qi in all of his qi dwellings and acupoints. It was like a rolling snowball. It looked like it would not stop until it became a real flood dragon. His body was as clear as glass. The meridians of his torso stretched like golden branches and jade leaves. Pure vital qi, returning to one's natural state, seeing and living for a long time. The sayings that Lin Shui had mentioned before appeared in Qin Pingon's mind one after another. Above the heart lake, she said softly, "It's still a little short." Swordsmen are not ordinary chi refinement warriors after all. Then she raised her head and looked into the distance. Through Qin Pingan's elixir chamber, she looked directly at the huge rock on the peak of the mountain. She smiled and asked, "What do you think? Otherwise, if you shamelessly use this sway mountain to defend against the enemy, it would be too unfair. I want you to lose wholeheartedly." The old elementary scholar understood and laughed heartily. After a slight hesitation, he retracted his gaze and looked around the entire mountain. Finally, his gaze focused on a cliff. On it, there was a strange calligraphy written by an ancient sword immortal with abundant sword chi. It was the flying sword calligraphy that attracted countless sword cultivators in the Central Plains. Some even built huts at the bottom of the cliff to comprehend the way of the sword. Just take it. How much you can take depends on your ability. Back then, little Zhou was like you. Before he officially learned the way of the sword, he inadvertently climbed the mountain to look at the calligraphy. Just by looking, he took 6 words. One's talent in swordsmanship can be seen immediately. Among sword cultivators there are many geniuses, but there are also big and small geniuses. These 5 words will definitely make you a sword immortal. Qin Pingan, let's see how good your foundation is. The old elementary scholar waved his sleeve and the 7 ancient characters on the cliff flew out of the cliff and swept towards Qin Pingan, who was 800 miles away. In the blink of an eye, they reached Qin Pingan's side. They had already become palm-sized ancient characters, shining with golden light and shining brightly. One by one, the characters revolved around Qin Pingan rapidly. But in the end, not a single word was willing to come close to Qin Pingan. The distance between them grew wider and wider. Finally, they turned around and flew back. After seeing this scene, the old elementary scholar was embarrassed and guilty. He muttered, "I overreached myself. Little Pingan, I'm sorry. Who would have thought that these characters would be so disrespectful?" The woman who stepped on Qin Pingan's heart lake snorted coldly. The old elementary scholar smiled awkwardly. "Tricky, really tricky. What should I do?" Don't worry, I'll just change to a more convenient method. It won't be a problem for me. I'm old friends with Mount Sway's mountain god. I'm well aware of his background. If it doesn't work, I'm not surprised that those 7 words don't like me." At this moment, Qin Pingan opened his eyes a little. He stopped talking to the tall woman through his mind and directly said, "And in fact, I don't want them really." He was shocked. The young man increased his strength and held the long sword in his hand. He slowly said, "When I was practicing boxing, I always had a feeling that at the end of the practice my fist would be very fast. I even felt that it would be the fastest. Now that I have you by my side, I feel that it's enough. I don't need any words at all. The next sword will be very fast. Believe me, it will be very fast." The woman nodded. The old elementary scholar was also stunned. He clicked his tongue and said, "Your tone is really like Xiao Qi's when he was young." There was a smile in the old elementary scholar's eyes, but he deliberately raised his voice and snorted coldly. "I'd like to see if this sword can make you, a kid at the 10th level, exert the strength of the 11th or 12th level. Qin Pingan, don't drag me down. In the end, you'll only show the strength of the 7th or 8th level. Come. If you don't show me this sword, it'll be too late." After the old elementary scholar finished teasing the young man, he sat cross-legged and murmured, "There's a saying in the school of poetry. 10 years to sharpen a sword, yet the frost blade has never been tested. Today I'll show it to the ruler. Who has injustice? But there are so many injustices in the world, yet there's only one sword." The old scholar smiled and no longer felt sad. He gloated and said, "Besides, other people take 10 years to sharpen their sword. Qin Pingan, the sword in your hand must have been sharpened for 10,000 years." Qin Pingan and the tall woman both said in a low voice, "Let's go." Qin Pingan began to run forward. The young man actually dragged his sword and ran. The old elementary scholar who saw all of this just smiled and shook his head. The young man ran forward with his head held high. The young man jumped high and chopped down with his sword. Everything was silent. There was no shocking sword light that illuminated the world. There was no sword chi that pierced through the rainbow. But at this moment, the old elementary scholar who was originally sitting on the giant rock at the peak of the mountain turned and sat sideways. On the surface of the Heart Lake, the woman suddenly fell to the bottom of the lake. She closed her eyes and said slowly, "It's been 10,000 years." At the same time, beside the well of the Autumn Reed Inn, Li Baoping, who had been studying the scroll, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She shouted in surprise, "Why did the scroll suddenly have an extra crack?" 152. Cui Dong, who had been sitting on the ground in a daze, glanced at the little girl and the painting scroll. He said angrily, "Even if the sky falls down, this painting scroll won't be damaged at all." On the phone, "Do you know what it means when the sky falls down? There was once a nameless person in the Earth Divine continent who pierced through the celestial river with his sword and directly drew down the endless water from a yellow river cave. From afar, it looked like a huge hole had been torn open in the sky and water was pouring down. This created the second of the 10 sceneries in the world, the Yellow River Heavens, as well as the White Emperor City in the colorful clouds. The city lord of White Emperor City was incredible. He was one of the few people who dared to call himself the devil cult's orthodoxy. He was very dissolute. I once had the fortune to have a talk with him. At the Colorful Clouds River outside White Emperor City, it was known as the 10 Colorful Clouds Games. He lost more than he won, but even though he lost, it was still a glorious defeat. After all, the flag with the words "Honoring Heaven to Play Chess First" had been erected on the city wall of White Emperor City for more than 600 years. The number of chess players who were qualified to play chess with the city lord could be counted with one's fingers. The little girl didn't like to listen to such nonsense. She said angrily, "What are you showing off for?" "I said the painting scroll is broken, so it is broken. If I win, do you want me to stamp my seal on your forehead? Do you dare to bet?" "Bet." Cui Dong immediately became interested. His dejected expression was swept away. He suddenly stood up, patted his butt and asked with a smile, "What if I win?" Li Baoping said generously, "If young martial uncle comes out of the painting scroll and still insists on killing you, then I'll go back and collect your corpse. Tell me, where do you want to be buried? How about the immortal graveyard in our town? I go there often and I'm more familiar with the road there. Can save me a lot of trouble." Cui Dong grimaced and stretched out his hand. Stop. If I win, help me persuade Chen Pingon. Not only can he not kill me, but he also wants to take me as his disciple." The moment he left the old well, he was heavily hit on the forehead by Qi Jingquan's complacent meditation seal, which completely destroyed the last bit of great spirit in this body. He really fell from the 5 states cultivator to an ordinary person. As Qi Jingquan said at the Yuan family's old house, if he didn't repent, he would make Cui Dong suffer. However, the general trend of the eastern Aquarius continent was like this. Dolly went down south and the arrow on the bow had to be released. Moreover, Cui Dong himself walked on the road of Tao and there was no turning back. He couldn't retreat even half a step. Therefore, even if he was sure that Qi Jingquan had a backup plan, Cui Dong still did what he should do. At most, he would be more careful in his actions and words. But no matter what, whether it was the young Cui Dong or the imperial tutor Cui Dong in the capital city, no matter how treacherous, bloodthirsty, or shrewd he was, he never lacked the magnanimity to admit defeat. This was something that Cui Shi had never given up on ever since he became a disciple, from the start of his life as a student, to the state teacher of the small northern Aquarius continent. Li Baoping shook her head and said, "Even if I win, I won't agree to this kind of thing." Cui Dong blinked. "If you don't do this kind of business, how can you become a little teacher of Cliff Academy, a female teacher?" Li Baoping looked at this martial uncle of the past with disdain. The little girl had said her own words, and it was as if she had killed a tiger that was entrenched in her heart. She never cared about collecting corpses. With a leap, she ran to an unknown distance to find her next opponent. Even teacher Qi Jingquan was once helpless against this. The little girl raised her arm and waved the white seal in her hand. "Are you afraid?" Cui Dong chuckled and said, "A little girl who grew up in the mountains, I won't lower myself to your level." Li Baoping slowly retracted her arm and lightly exhaled at the seal. It was as if she was preparing to find a place to stamp it. Cui Dong swallowed his saliva. "Li Baoping, don't be like this. If you have something to say, let's talk it over. We are all Confucian students. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. After all, we are fellow disciples of the same sect. Besides, aren't you afraid that martial uncle won't like you in the future after seeing how arrogant you are? Aren't you afraid?" Li Baoping laughed happily. "Martial uncle won't like me? The person martial uncle likes the most in the world is me." Cui Dong sighed. "But one day your martial uncle will have a girl he likes the most. The little girl said without hesitation, "Then the second person will like me. That's something to be happy about." Cui Dong looked at her as if she were a fairy or a ghost. "Is that even possible?" The little girl suddenly revealed the exact same expression and looked behind Cui Dong. Cui Dong turned his head, thinking that some accident had happened. His body couldn't withstand the slightest bit of torment, but in an instant Cui Dong knew that something was wrong. There was nothing behind him, nothing out of the ordinary. A seal hit his forehead at lightning speed, causing Cui Dong to fall backward on the spot. During the process of falling to the ground, the young Cui Dong was inconsolable. This was the third time. Lying on the ground with his face up, Cui Dong said angrily, "Li Baoping, if you dare to use the seal to attack me again, you will drop from the second favorite to the third favorite and so on. Think about it yourself. Cui Dong was once the scholarly sage. No matter what, my words should have some weight. Don't say that I didn't warn you." Of course, these were deceptive words. The scholarly sage did have the supernatural power to speak the heavenly law, but the requirements for the inherited fate and the nourishment of one's own great spirit were extremely strict. Now Cui Shi was empty-handed except for the external belongings stored in the Fengxuan treasure and a bag of golden branches and jade leaves. To make matters worse, the Fengxuan treasure was like the narrowest cave in the world. Even if the owner of the Fengxuan treasure was connected with the Fengxuan treasure, there were requirements for the realm of the Qi cultivator. Cui Shi's Fengxuan treasure required the owner to be at least at the 5th state of cultivation. For others to forcefully break through, they had to be at least at the 10th state, such as the sword cultivator of the military school. As for the 11th state, it was easy to open. The reason was simple. The treasure was one's home, but the door was locked. The 5th level of cultivation was the key in the owner's hand, and the owner had to open the door to enter. If a bandit wanted to break in, it was not impossible, but it was very difficult. At the moment, Cui Dong's physique was extremely weak, including his soul and body. He was even weaker than an ordinary weak teenager. If he was properly nourished in the future, it was possible for him to recover the strength of a normal person. As for cultivation, it was really up to the heavens. It depended on great opportunities and great luck. However, Cui Dong felt that with what he had encountered along the way, he was already very satisfied to be able to live and be Qin Pingan's disciple. The 12th level of the scholarly sage fell to the 10th level of cultivation, then to the 5th level, and finally to a mortal who could not fall any further. Cui Dong felt that his life was really full of ups and downs. "How dare you threaten me? This guy doesn't learn from his beatings. He's even worse than Li Huai." Li Baoping was so angry that she rushed over, squatted behind him and quickly stamped the young Cui Dong's head. She was swift and fierce like a storm. Caught him off guard. Even a person with a strong heart like Cui Dong felt that there was nothing left to live for at this moment. After all, his opponent was just a little girl, not the old scholar or Qi Jingchun. In the mountain river painting, the young man who swung his arm and slashed down lost consciousness when he fell to the ground. He was held in the arms of the tall woman who had recovered her true body. She carefully supported Qin Pingan to sit on the ground with her hands gently hugging the thin young man. Because the golden knot of hair hung in front of her chest, covering the young man's face, she reached out and threw it behind her back. She lowered her head and stared at the dark face of Qin Pingan. She suddenly raised her head, looking a little surprised. In the painting that belonged to the sage's forbidden area, an extremely tall golden figure appeared. It stood on the peak of Sui Mountain as if it was talking to the old scholar. Even the woman who was used to seeing the big world felt that this uninvited guest was not to be underestimated. The old scholar probably did not want their conversation to be leaked, so he cut off the connection. She did not care about it and lowered her head again to look at the sleeping young man. She smiled and said, "If you become a Qi cultivator in the future, your skin will turn white. In fact, you will be a handsome young man. You can't be considered handsome, but you can't run away from being upright and smart." On the peak of Sui Mountain, the golden figure that was originally thousands of feet tall shrank to a burly man 10 feet tall after landing on the peak. He was wearing a dignified golden armor. On the surface of the armor were innumerable talisman engravings. Some were ancient talismans that had long been lost, exuding a simple and desolate aura. It was unknown whether they had been passed down for thousands of years, but some were still as new as yesterday, exuding a sacred light. Each talisman was inlaid on the armor. Between the lines, the words were like golden rivers and the words were like golden mountains. The old scholar felt a little guilty. He shrunk his neck and deliberately looked around. The man's face was covered with armor. He said in a deep voice, "It has been 6,000 years since I became the god of Sui Mountain. This is the first time someone dared to challenge me with a sword. Scholar, don't you have anything to say?" The old scholar was confused. "What are you talking about?" The golden-armored man was well aware of the old elementary scholar's temperament, so he didn't bother to say anything more. He turned to look at Qin Pingon and frowned. "The aura on her body is very mysterious." "Who is she? Did she personally chop Sui Mountain?" The old scholar said in a low voice. "I advise you not to provoke her. This old girl's temper is not very good." The man in golden armor said indifferently, "I have a good temper?" The old scholar rolled his eyes. Yes. You all have bad tempers. I have a good temper, okay? You all like to be unreasonable with people who are reasonable. I'm so angry." The man in golden armor seemed to have thought of something. The originally hostile atmosphere suddenly disappeared. The old scholar sighed. "I won't say what happened. Anyway, it has something to do with Xiaoqi. Can you be magnanimous this time?" The man was silent. The old scholar laughed and said, "I'll take it as your acquiescence. Lass, you're a good guy. You're just a little thin-skinned and like to put on airs. What kind of friendship do you think we have? Years ago we went together to peek at the face of the mountain goddess. Unexpectedly, she was bathing and changing clothes at that time. If I didn't stand up for justice and bear the mountain goddess' wrath alone, I would have talked to her for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, I convinced her with reason and made her let bygones be bygones." The man said in a low voice, "Shut up." The old scholar knew that he had succeeded and stopped pushing his luck. The rules of the mountain goddess of Sui Mountain could be said to be the golden rule. To be able to make this blockhead turn a blind eye to it, the old scholar felt that he was quite powerful. He pointed to the distance and said, "Oh right, do you see that? That young man is the closed-door disciple that Xiaoqi helped me take in. What do you think? Not bad. Anyway, I like him. His temperament is very similar to mine in the past. He likes to reason with people. If he can't be reasoned with, then he will make a move. The way he makes a move is also like Xiaoqi in the past. Do you have any wine on you?" The man in golden armor glanced at the young man. "It's not that Qi Jingchun is crazy, it's you who are blind." The old scholar was not angry. He said cheerfully, "You uncouth people don't know anything about the affairs of scholars." The man in golden armor could be considered to be one of the 5 great mountain gods with the highest status and power in this vast world. However, the stronger one was, the easier it would be for things to go according to one's wishes. This was because for gods with extraordinary fighting power and status, especially when they were not affected by the burning of incense, the more restrictions they would be subjected to in the vast world. There was a time when the old scholar was in charge of keeping an eye on the 5 great mountains within Sui Mountain before the statues were placed in the temple. This could be said to be a cold bench in the government office. Sometimes, it could also be said to be an extraordinary feat. He looked at the old scholar who was laughing and clapping his hands and said angrily, "How humiliating. If you have something to say, say it." The old scholar rubbed his hands. "Didn't I just take in a closed-door disciple? The first impression I gave him was probably not too good. I wanted to make up for it, so I gave him a gift. After all, it's going to be goodbye soon. I really didn't have the chance to teach him. I feel guilty." The deity in golden armor sneered, "Help you prepare a gift? Sure, that's easy. I have a Xinyu sword that has lost its sword spirit. Do you want to give it to your disciple? Is it enough?" The old scholar blushed with an insincere look. "How can I do that? The gift is too expensive. How can I accept it? Of course, it's still a token of appreciation from you as an elder. If you insist on forcing it on me, I can ask Qin Pingon to wait 100 years before taking it back. Who knows, maybe he'll be able to raise it by then." The deity in golden armor took a deep breath. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was a sign that he was about to make a move. The old scholar immediately said in a serious tone, "How can you spoil it through excessive enthusiasm? You really have the heart. Don't you know that more haste makes less speed? This little disciple of mine is going to travel and study with a sword. You can just give him an ownerless sword embryo. But I want something that can be used. It can't be something that only cultivators of the 10th realm have the right to touch. How about it? As an elder, what do you think? The deity in golden armor sneered. If I don't give it to you, are you not going to let me go? The old scholar silently moved closer to the deity in golden armor. He grabbed his arm and said righteously, how can that be? Am I that kind of person? Zhou Xian guru shook his head helplessly. For these disciples, you really don't care about your life or your face. Fine, fine, fine. I'll take it. With a flick of his wrist, a fist-sized silver object floated in front of the two of them. The old scholar's face turned serious. He didn't rush to take it and asked, do you have a motive for coming here? Otherwise, why would you casually bring this thing with you? Although it's not an exaggerated treasure, it means a lot to you. If you don't tell me clearly, I won't accept it. The deity in golden armor crossed his arms and looked to the south. How do you think I followed the clues here? The old scholar frowned. Wasn't it because your cultivation is high and you're connected to Zhou Xian's fate? That's why I made a big commotion here and revealed a flaw that you could take advantage of? The deity in golden armor turned his head and asked, do you really not know, or are you playing dumb? The old scholar was puzzled. Since when did you learn to keep people in suspense? Although my fake Zhou Xian was split open by a sword, it won't have any substantial effect on your side. The ferocious deity in golden armor finally couldn't help but curse. Motherf asterisk cur. That sword directly chopped down on my Zhou Xian. Now you're pretending that nothing happened. The old scholar's eyes suddenly widened. Where is he? The old scholar was so anxious that he stamped his feet. Suddenly he calmed down and said with a smirk, oh really, this disciple of mine is still young. Oh, he seems to be 14 or 15 years old. He is not young anymore. In many places outside he is already married and has children. Somewhere in the sky a woman smiled and said, twice. The old scholar pretended to tilt his head and pricked up his ears. What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Not only am I hard of hearing, but I also can't speak clearly. My words are always misunderstood. No wonder he was able to teach such a big disciple like Cui Dong. After the voice disappeared, the old man turned his head and looked at a huge rock. On top of it were the words, directly to the heavenly court. The old man retracted his gaze and looked down the mountain. I still want to see the great rivers and mountains. 1,000 years is too short, 10,000 years is not long. When Qin Pingon woke up, he found himself once again sitting on the railing of the Golden Arch Bridge. The bridge was still as long as before. He could not see the end and could not see the end. All around him was a sea of clouds, making him feel at a loss. He could not imagine what would happen if he slipped and fell. Would he be smashed to pieces? Would he fall all the way to the endless abyss? Would it be because the journey to the surface was too far? If he did not starve to death, would he have been 15 years old when he fell to his death? In fact, Qin Pingon had always been thinking about some strange things. It was just that he had never been to school, so he was very unsophisticated. The woman in white sat side by side with Qin Pingon and said softly, this used to be a battlefield. When the war ended, only this arch bridge was left. Look over there, there used to be a East Heavenly Gate standing there. It was quite big. At that time the guy in charge of guarding the gate was a perverted man. He wore a silver armor named De Shuang. He was not a bad person, but his mouth was a little cheap. My first master fought with his superior and won. At that time the latter had a few helpers watching from afar. However, no one dared to show up to help. Qin Pingon followed the direction of her finger and saw an empty space. Occasionally there would be a flash of colorful light. She said softly, now there is nothing left. Qin Pingon was a little fascinated and said, I see. She swayed her feet gently and put her hands on the railing. She smiled and said, Cultivation, cultivation, and painstakingly built the longevity bridge. It is to build a bridge to stay and not become a speck of dust in the river of time. That is why everyone likes to call themselves upstream. Qin Pingon nodded. He could understand this sentence. Who would not like to live well? She turned her head and asked with a smile, are you tired after such a long journey? Qin Pingon thought seriously, I'm not tired. Compared to when I was young, it was actually easier to collect herbs and burn charcoal in the mountains. It's just that I can't sleep well when I meet too many strange people and things. Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled happily, but I slept very well just now. Although I was poor in the small town, I could sleep every day. Now that I am traveling with Bao Ping and the rest, I dare not do so. I am afraid of accidents. She continued to ask, No complaints. Qin Pingon thought about it and imitated the fairy sister beside him. He held the railing with both hands and swayed his feet. He looked into the distance and said softly, yes. For example, how can a girl named Zhu Lu be so unkind? A female ghost in a wedding dress killed many passing scholars just because she felt that the man she loved no longer loved her. If Bao Ping and the rest were not by my side, I would have used a wisp of sword aura to kill her. As for other matters, it's hard to say that I'm complaining. I can't talk about them, but I'm still a little annoyed. For example, Li Huai always doesn't study hard. No matter how I persuade him, he won't listen. I really don't know how Mr. Qi could endure not beating him back then. Also, after eating all the delicious delicacies, these guys don't like the food I cook. I'm actually quite depressed. Oil and salt are very expensive. Also, when I go fishing by the river, I can't pick the right time and often can't catch many fish. Every time I go back and see their faces full of disappointment, I feel very wronged. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to delay your journey, give me a day or two to build a nest and stay up at night to catch fish. I can catch any fish no matter how big it is. The most recent one was when Lin Shi was angry. Actually, I felt very guilty. Although I mainly did it for his sake, I also had selfish motives. Because someone told me that the longevity bridge was broken, and that I might not be able to cultivate in this lifetime. But I didn't want to give up just like that. Firstly, I promised you that I would become an immortal who could fly around in the future. Secondly, I also envied a Liang and the others. Just like Li Huai said, flying around on a sword, whooshing, 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 whooshing. The tall woman quietly listened to the youth's thoughts and joked, "Oh, you also know how to think for yourself." The youth squinted his eyes and tried his best to look into the distance. He smiled and said, "Of course. After my parents passed away, I have always been thinking for myself. It's difficult to think for others. Actually, after meeting you guys, I became like this. I fought with people, bought mountains and shops, learned how to read and write, made small bookcases, practiced martial arts, spent money to buy books, chose routes, sharpened knives and fed horses. I am very busy every day, but I don't regret it. I am very happy." Qin Pingon muttered, "I do miss them. I wonder if they are doing well." She also sighed with emotion at the youth's words. "I see." Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head and said in a low voice, "Fairy sister, I am rich now. Very rich." She couldn't help but laugh. But when she remembered the youth's growth, she quickly felt relieved. Just putting up the Spring Festival couplets on New Year's Eve was such a big matter. If the youth could talk about it for so many years, then having money was of course a happy thing. The youth's eyes suddenly became firm and said, "Fairy sister, don't worry. I will do my best to do what I promised you." She turned her body sideways and reached out her hand to place it on the youth's head. She said gently, "I am already very happy to be able to meet you." She seemed to feel that it was not enough. She simply bent over and pressed her forehead against the youth's forehead. The simple youth was just naturally shy. He wanted to scratch his head but didn't dare to. She smiled and stopped her posture. In the end, the sword spirit and the youth were barefooted and the other was wearing straw sandals. They looked into the distance together and shook their legs. Time passed, but they were unaware of it. If today was a crossing point in the river of time and went against the flow for 20,000 years, the sword spirit's killing power and murderous aura would be unrivaled. 153. With a tap of his toes, the old scholar traversed 800 miles of mountains and rivers in a single step and landed at the place where Qin Pingon had handed over the sword. He began to walk slowly, raising his arm and bending his fingers. He seemed to be knocking on a door, but there was no response. The old scholar retracted his hand and said helplessly, "You're not particular. This kind of behavior is no different from setting up a tent in someone's house. Forget it, I'll just wait." The old scholar began to patiently wait for the sword spirit to appear. After a long wait, the old man stood in the same place, thinking about a difficult problem. He didn't seem anxious at all. A slight ripple appeared in the air. The tall woman grabbed Qin Pingon's shoulder and stepped out of the ethereal void. The old scholar came to his senses and his first words were, "I admit defeat. I don't want to fight anymore. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether the other two swords are used or not, right?" The sword spirit smiled faintly. "Then what about your two provocations?" The old man laughed. "You can't do the same thing 3 times. She raised her eyes and looked in the direction of Sui Mountain. Is it the new great god of Sui Mountain? How long has he held this position? The old scholar replied, 6,000 years exactly. More than 3,000 years ago when Yu Sang and I appeared on the scene, chaos ensued and the East Peak Mount Sui went through 3 masters. During the most chaotic time, what was once regarded as the orthodoxy of the devil sect was directly taken over. It was truly a chaotic situation where etiquette collapsed. The current great god of Sui Mountain was able to hold his position for 6,000 years. Although luck played a part, it was more because of his terrifying combat power. His fists were hard enough and he had nothing to lose. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? The sword spirit sneered. Etiquette collapsed? Was it because the 3 sects didn't divide the spoils equally? Or was there a confrontation between good and evil within the great heaven? What about the Sage of Rites? Given his temper, how could he just stand by and watch? The old scholar sighed. It's a long story. Let's not talk about it. The tall woman put her hands behind her back and looked even more disdainful. The general situation has been decided. Naturally, there would be internal strife. Ah, what a great battle of the great Tao, 100 schools of thought contending. It was lively, but what happened in the end? Has the world really changed for the better? The old scholar glanced at the white-robed sword spirit and said in an extremely unyielding and straightforward manner, of course, the Confucian orthodoxy is not completely clean. Not everyone is a benevolent gentleman. However, the sages of the Confucian school have put in a lot of effort into this. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they worked their hearts out. Therefore it has always been pure and honest. You can't just deny it. The sword spirit playfully asked, does this count as the 3rd time? The previously frivolous old elementary scholar did not back down in the slightest. He calmly said, on this matter, if you feel that it is wrong, I can talk to you for 100 or 1,000 years. You can use your sword to talk about your reasoning. She carefully sized up the thin old man who was not very tall. Did you really disperse all the saints' providence and leave only your soul behind to use this world as a parasite? The old scholar was silent for a moment. Yes. She put away the killing intent that had sprung up spontaneously, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes. After so many years, only the 2 of you have done it. But I'm very curious, do you admire that guy's choice? Or do you have no other choice? The possibility of the former is very small. Since it involves your great Tao, I think the old man in the Confucian orthodoxy will not let you succeed even if it is not a beautiful task. The old scholar calmly said, it is natural to follow the example of a worthy person. She thought for a moment and turned to look at Qin Pingon. She smiled and said, not only have you achieved your goal, but it has also far exceeded my expectations. Since you have made this choice, and of course the most important thing is for my master's sake, why don't you leave the remaining 2 swords? If one day I suddenly find you unpleasing to the eye, I will settle the old and new scores together. The old scholar who had been tense all this time suddenly broke his mask and slapped his thigh. He smiled and said, leave it, leave it. It is good to leave it. On New Year's Eve, people like to leave some food in their bowls and deliberately leave it for next year. It is a good omen and has a good meaning. No matter how one looked at it, the old man looked like he had just survived a disaster. The sword spirit did not care about this and coldly said, open the door. The old man flicked his sleeves and took the lead in striding out. He said loudly, laugh to the sky and go out. Qin Pingon remembered something and asked in a low voice, was my sword very bad? That mountain did not seem to have moved at all. The old senior said that the quality of one's talent in swordsmanship depends on how many words one can receive. Although I did not want to accept them, they also did not want to get close to me. Does this mean that my talent in swordsmanship is as ordinary as that in boxing? The more Qin Pingon spoke, the sadder he became. The old senior also said that if I were to be a burden, even if I had a cultivation of the 10th level, that sword strike would only have the effect of the 7th or 8th level. Bold words could be said as soon as one opened their mouth, but the difficult things in the world were difficult because they needed to be done step by step. Qin Pingon, a bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley, understood this principle all too well. The sword spirit reached out and pinched the young man's cheek. He smiled and said, you will know in the future. Qin Pingon's face flushed red. He wanted to say something but stopped. She already had a tacit understanding with the young man. She took the young man's hand and slowly walked towards the door of the mountain and river painting. She said softly, Master, I know. In the future, in front of a certain girl, I will definitely not be so impudent. Otherwise, she will wrongly accuse you and think you are a wastrel who changes his mind." The young man smiled brightly. He was relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, but also happy to have become friends with her. The tall woman suddenly turned her head and said with some bitterness, "But aren't you afraid that the fairy sister will feel wronged?" The young man thought for a moment and said seriously, "I will say sorry to you. But some things I feel that it should be like that." Her face was full of worry and she looked as if she was about to cry. Although Qin Pingon was a little helpless, his eyes were firm. He pursed his lips tightly and was unwilling to change his mind because of this. The sword spirit suddenly laughed heartily and gave the young man a thumbs up. He praised, "Handsome." Qin Pingon asked shyly, "Are you really not angry?" She held the young man's hand and stopped walking. Standing at the door, she suddenly bent down and hugged the young man. Her face was filled with a warm smile like a guy who liked to sleep in. Hiding in a warm bed in the middle of winter and sleeping soundly, that kind of blissful feeling was really indescribable. She didn't care about how Qin Pingon felt. She said cheerfully, "Oh, my little Pingon, you are so cute." The young man instantly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was motionless and his mind was blank. He didn't think of anything. Fairy sister. Fairy was just his first impression. In fact, sister was what Qin Pingon felt at the bottom of his heart. She finally let go of Qin Pingon. She stood up straight and turned her head to look. There was an old man who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With his back to them, he coughed and said, "Don't look at indecent things. Don't worry, I didn't see or hear anything. I just forgot something and had to go back to get it." The tall woman who was in a good mood was too lazy to care about this. Etiquette, morality, karma? These things, which were vast, high and far away, had never bound her. On the road there was once a person who had nothing but a sword and walked straight. If there was something in the way, he would open the way with a sword. If there was injustice, he would settle it with a sword. After being silent for 10,000 years, she finally found another person. The two of them were worlds apart. But she didn't feel disappointed. In the beginning she chose to believe in a slim chance because she believed in Qi Jingchun. She gambled on a very small what if. But now, even if Qi Jingchun came back to life and said that he was wrong and that she shouldn't have chosen that young man, she wouldn't listen to him no matter what he said. She let go of her hand and motioned for Qin Pingon to go first. The young man took the lead and walked out of the door. The sword spirit looked at the young man's weak shoulder and followed closely behind. Everyone had a state of mind. Qi cultivators called it the elixir chamber and the secular world called it the heart. The heart lake was just one of them. At that time she stood on the young man's heart lake and looked around. It was a vast expanse of white and clean. Then she saw a scene that wasn't so monotonous. She found the heart mirror that the young man himself didn't realize. It was a lonely child of 4 or 5 years old. He was curled up on the ground with his hands hugging his knees. He was alone with a pair of small straw sandals by his feet. He often sat like this in a daze. Beside the child was a small grave without a tombstone. Near the small grave there were 2 small mounds that were smaller than the small grave. They were like mountains. Every time the child rested enough, he would put on his straw sandals and run to a faraway place to move a small hill back to the grave. It was very strenuous and he could only move it a short distance each time. When he ran to move the hill, the child tied a small seal around his waist and wore a small bamboo hat. The small seal would sway with the child's footsteps. The strange thing was that it didn't look like the heart mirror of the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley. Perhaps in the child's heart, his home was gone after his parents died, so he insisted on guarding that small grave. The child's face was stubborn. He habitually frowned and pursed his lips. But occasionally the child would smile. It should be something really worth being happy about. For example, he quietly told the small grave. His lips moved slightly but no voice sounded in his mind. But the sword spirit who was connected to his heart naturally knew the content of the soundless words. "Mother, I know a fairy sister. When she smiles she looks like you." Other than moving the mountain to go home, the child would almost never leave the vicinity of the small grave. From time to time he would hold hands and walk a distance to the south, as if he was holding the little hand of a little girl. However, after walking a distance, the child would still secretly look at the grave, seemingly reluctant to part with it. But there was only one situation where the child would run far away. He kept his small head high and looked at the sky attentively as if he was chasing someone in the sky. In the landscape painting, the old scholar looked solemn. The student surpasses the master. There may be a chance. The old man nodded and said, "Good." The old man was silent for a long time. He found that the whole world began to tremble slightly. He said helplessly, "You are so patient with that kid. Can't you be a little more patient with me?" "Oh right. You actually know how to smile now. If the rumors passed down from ancient sword immortals are true, wouldn't the eyes of those big shots who were chopped half to death by you back then pop out if they saw you with their own eyes?" The old scholar looked at the sky of this small world, as if his line of sight had passed through the layers of the sky. He suddenly said self-deprecatingly, "Heaven is vigorous, and a gentleman must constantly strive for self-improvement. What you said is so good that it won't be wrong even if thousands of years pass. No wonder our ancestor of the Confucian school wanted to ask you for advice. It seems that we scholars not only learned a little late, but also have a long way to go." 154. When the old scholar walked out of the painting again, he saw Cui Dong still lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. He snorted coldly. "What a scandal." Cui Dong stared blankly at the sky. "There's nothing to look forward to when I'm alive. So be it if I'm dead." The old scholar walked over and kicked him. "Stop pretending to be pitiful. Don't you want to know why little Qi only wanted you to fall in level and not get rid of you?" Cui Dong's eyes were absent-minded. He muttered, "When you were kicked out of the Confucian temple, Qi Jingchun was not implicated by you. Instead, his level continued to rise. This explains a lot. Qi Jingchun has long been qualified to establish his own school. He has long been separated from your school. Therefore he feels that he has no right to kill me. He hopes that you will be the one to clean up the school in the future." The old scholar was angry and kicked him again. Measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain is exactly the kind of person you are. I'll count to 3. If you don't get up, you can just lie there and wait for death. Don't expect too much. 3, 2, 2. Cui Dong made up his mind not to get up. The old scholar was so embarrassed that he could only turn around and give Qin Pingon a look to help him out. Qin Pingon nodded and received the scholar tree sword from Li Baoping before walking forward with large strides. After he arrived by Cui Shi's side, he spoke the word, "one," with an expressionless face before stabbing down towards the white-clothed young man's neck. The sword was powerful and the tip of the sword was accurate. Qin Pingon himself might not have noticed that after experiencing the state of mind in the painting, his hands were finally able to keep up with Qin Pingon's thoughts. Therefore this stab was without any smoke or fire. Instead it became fiercer and fiercer, full of killing intent. Cui Dong was so scared that he scrambled to get up. Qin Pingon put away his sword and nodded to the old scholar, indicating that the old scholar's urgent matter had been taken care of. The old scholar sighed and looked at Qin Pingon and the white-clothed woman not far away. "Let's find a place to talk." The old man turned around and stared at Cui Dong. "Follow me. It's related to your Tao. If you keep pretending, you might as well let Qin Pingon kill you." The group walked to the courtyard. The old scholar looked around and glanced at the small sky screen, supported by the snow-white lotus leaf. He made a gesture with his fingers and hesitated for a moment. "Let's find a room to talk. Qin Pingon, is there a suitable place where we can talk? It doesn't matter if there are chairs or chairs." Qin Pingon glanced at Lin Shuyi's room. The lights were already out. Perhaps Lin Shuyi had been cultivating in the pavilion for too long and was exhausted. He had to give up the largest room. He nodded to the old man. "Let's go to my room. There's only a child called Li Huai sleeping. It won't be a problem to wake him up. Lin Shuyi is a cultivator and should have a lot of things to pay attention to. Let's not disturb him." The sword spirit sat on a stone bench in the courtyard and smiled. "You guys talk. I don't like to listen to that." In the end, the old scholar Qin Pingon, the young Cui Dong, and Li Baoping sat on 4 stools around the table. Li Huai was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. He was a child with bad sleeping habits. He was sleeping sideways with his head hanging over the edge of the bed, but he could still sleep soundly. Qin Pingon skillfully straightened his body and placed Li Huai's hands and feet into the quilt. He gently cushioned the corners of the quilt on his left, right, and feet so that the heat in the quilt would not dissipate. In the end, Li Huai looked like a wrapped dumpling. After Qin Pingan finished doing all these things, he sat back on the stool. Li Baoping asked in a low voice, "Young martial uncle, do you help me pad the corners of the quilt every night?" Qin Pingan smiled. "You don't have to. You sleep much better than Li Huai. You fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Once you fall asleep, you can sleep without moving until dawn." Li Baoping sighed and hit her palm with her fist. She said regretfully, "If I had known, I would have had bad sleeping habits since I was young. It's all my big brother's fault. He lied to me that I would have good dreams if I slept well." Qin Pingan smiled. "When I go back to my hometown, I'll have to thank your big brother." Along the way, Li Baoping talked about her big brother the most. Therefore, Qin Pingan had a good impression of this scholar who liked to hide in the study room and read. The old scholar looked at the little girl and asked with a smile, "Is your big brother Li Shixing who lives on Fulu Street?" Li Baoping nodded and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The old scholar chuckled and said, "This name is a bit too big." When Cui Dong heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Li Baoping was a bit worried. Is it not good to have such a big name? The old scholar was even more amused. He shook his head and said, "If it's big, it's good as long as you can suppress it." Li Baoping was a little girl who liked to drill into a bull's horn. "Sir, how can it be considered as suppressing it?" Cui Dong rolled his eyes again. "It's over." This was exactly what he wanted. The old man who liked to teach others would definitely start to teach them. Sure enough, the old man looked around and didn't see any snacks that could go with the wine. He was a bit regretful and slowly said, "His nature is pure and kind, his knowledge is great, and his morals are high. Even if he travels thousands of miles, he can still suppress it." The little girl put the seal on the table. She shook her body and kicked off her straw shoes. She sat cross-legged on the chair and crossed her arms. She frowned and said, "But my big brother is not as great as you say. Why don't I send a letter home and ask him to change his name?" Cui Dong couldn't help but remind her, "Old man, can we talk about business?" "Dao Dao." Li Baoping silently picked up the seal and blew at the 4 seal characters on the bottom of the seal. Cui Dong quickly shut his mouth. Even if the old man's cultivation was exceedingly high, he was still someone who liked to reason. Being thick-skinned and shameless would work. However, Qin Pingan and Li Baoping were the 2 people Qi Jingchun had chosen. One was a bumpkin who had never read a book, while the other was a scholar who had gone astray. Cui Dong was now like a dragon in shallow water being played by a fish. Facing these 2 people, no matter how heroic Cui Dong was, it was useless. There was no other result other than being beaten and humiliated. The more stubborn one was, the more suffering he would suffer. The old man produced a pot of wine and raised his head to take a sip. He glanced at the seal that the little girl put back on the table and felt a bit sad. Cui Dong was actually very strange tonight. Although there were times when the old man revealed his true feelings, most of the time he was an old-fashioned and pedantic guy. No matter where he sat, he was like a golden statue sitting on the altar. Especially during the time when learning was most respected by the court and the public. Every time the old man gave a lecture on the difficult classics, there would be more than 1,000 students, sitting below and listening attentively. Emperors, kings, generals, ministers, immortals on the mountain, gentlemen and sages. Even Cui Dong, who had betrayed his teacher, would not deny that the old man at that time was really dazzling. He was like the sun and the moon hanging in the sky, his brilliance not distinguishing between day and night, making the whole galaxy lose its color. But now he even kicked him twice. When talking about Dao, he even drank wine. Cui Dong seemed to be indifferent, but in fact his heart was heavy. After all, Cui Dong's feelings toward the old man beside him were very complicated. He admired and hated him, feared and cherished him. He, Cui Dong, was the first disciple of the sage of literature in the past. How could he not feel angry and sad about his teacher's misfortune? On the other side of the bed, Li Huai was talking in his sleep. Alliance, Alliance, I want to eat meat. Stingy Alliance, just let me have a sip of the wine in your little gourd. Li Baoping's eyes lit up. Li Huai's embarrassing incident could be the topic of conversation for several days. Cui Dong heard Alliance call him and secretly glanced at the old man. The old scholar coughed and looked at the 3 people sitting in the room. "Okay, let's get to the point. Qin Pingan, Li Baoping, you should already know that I am Qi Jingchun's teacher. Cui Dong was my first disciple and Qi Jingchun's senior martial brother. At that time I was busy with my studies, so Qi Jingchun's reading and playing chess were indeed taught by my first disciple Cui Dong. In the end, Cui Dong betrayed his teacher and committed all kinds of shady deeds. When Qi Jingchun died in Lizhu Cave Heaven, Cui Dong could be considered as the player in the chess game. It would not be excessive to say that Cui Dong was the murderer of his junior martial brother Qi Jingchun. As one of my in-name disciples, Ma Zhan was also the same. However, Ma Zhan was not the player, but he was the mastermind behind the scenes. In the chess game, he was the first to make a move. Before I came to your hometown, this body was just Cui Dong's temporary residence. The real Cui Dong was the imperial tutor of your Dali dynasty. He was an old guy who did not look younger than me. Li Baoping's face was full of anger and her eyes were red. She stared at Cui Dong. On the other hand, Qin Pingon made Cui Dong tremble with fear. His eyes were lowered and his expression could not be seen clearly. A wild dog that bites does not show its teeth. Cui Dong was too familiar with Qin Pingon's character. After all, he paid more attention to the growth of the boy in Mud Bottle Alley than old Yang. Cui Dong tried to keep calm, but in his heart he said, I'm dead, I'm dead. Old man, you've done me a lot of harm. The old scholar changed the topic and looked at Qin Pingon. There's something I want to tell you first. If you agree, I'll do it. I want to take a part of the time stream from you. Don't worry, it won't involve too much of your privacy. It will be the beginning of tonight's chat. Are you willing? Qin Pingon nodded and said, yes. The old scholar stretched out a palm and pointed it at Qin Pingon, who was sitting opposite him. He shook his wrist and rolled up his sleeves. Soon, strands of water mist appeared around Qin Pingon and slowly flowed into the old man's palm. Finally, it turned into a crystal-clear green water ball. The old man turned his palm over and gently touched the water ball with his palm facing down. The water flowed down to the table and a lively picture appeared on the table. Li Baoping's eyes widened and her face was full of shock. She quickly leaned on the table and said, Wow, junior uncle, this is the mountain road where we met the wedding dress ghost. I'm here too. Ah, my little box is the most beautiful. It's better than Lin Shuyi's and Li Huai's. They look so stupid when they carry their boxes. The wedding dress ghost appeared on the muddy road with an oil paper umbrella. The lanterns lit up one after another and a magnificent fire dragon appeared in the mountains. When Lin Shuyi took out the talisman, they still went around in circles. Not only did they not leave the territory of the female ghost, but they were also abducted to the mansion where the words Xiao Shui Gao Feng were hung. In the end, Wei Jin, the sword whiz of the Wind Snow Temple, broke all the rules with a single sword. He broke the deadlock and successfully took the group out of there. The old scholar grabbed the table and the stream of time gathered into a ball again. He pushed it toward Qin Pingon and it dissipated back into the world. This was a supreme heavenly magic that involved the origin of the Great Tao. It did not rely on the small world of the saints or the mysterious magic weapons. Li Baoping only felt that it was magical and interesting. Cui Dong, on the other hand, knew what was going on. He was even more surprised. What was going on with the old man? His cultivation as a sage was obviously gone. How could he still be so powerful? The old scholar said softly, Is this female ghost hateful? Of course she is hateful. She killed innocent people and committed many crimes. Is she pitiful? But she is also somewhat pitiful. As a ghost, she was originally kind in nature. In the imperial court, she not only stabilized the fate, but also did a lot of good deeds in other places. She was also in love with the scholars. It should have been a beautiful story. But in the end, both of them were reduced to such a situation. They were hated by gods and hated by ghosts. Both of them were ostracized by the Great Tao. They were entangled with karma and dragged through mud and water. The old scholar sighed. So, a hateful person must have a pitiful side. Is that right? Cui Dong felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He did not dare to nod or shake his head. Li Baoping quickly entered the mode of going up the mountain to kill the tiger blocking the road. After thinking carefully for a moment, she said, Hateful is more. The old scholar nodded and smiled at the little girl. So hateful and pitiful. How much more hateful is it? How much more is pitiful? The little girl thought carefully again. It's reasonable and legal. Let's go back and calculate it carefully. The old scholar smiled and asked again, Li Baoping, it's legal and legal. Of course it's not bad. But here comes the question. How do you determine whether the laws in the world are good or evil? The little girl was stunned. It seemed that she had never faced this question before. She was not afraid and said to the old scholar, Sir, please wait for a moment. This question is the same as the one youngest uncle asked last time. It's still a bit big. I have to think carefully. The old scholar smiled kindly and nodded his head. Good. Cui Dong looked at the old scholar's familiar smile and then at the little girl who was concentrating with a straight face. He snorted coldly. No wonder he was Qi Jingquan's teacher and Qi Jingquan's proud disciple. They were passed down from generation to generation. Even the atmosphere of teaching was the same. After the old scholar stumped the little girl, he turned his head and looked at Qin Pingon, who had clear eyes. In the past, when I was thinking about difficult questions, I liked to think of the worst first. Today is no exception. A hateful person must have a pitiful side. This sentence itself is not too big of a problem. But there are many people in the world who think they are smart. They like to pretend that they are the only one who is sober when everyone else is drunk. They only talk about the pitiful side and deliberately ignore the hateful side. Some people, on the other hand, are purely merciful and compassionate. Plus, they don't do anything to themselves, so they don't feel so much pain. Instead, they like to point fingers and watch with folded arms, asking people to be tolerant. Qin Pingon, where do you think the root of the problem lies? You should know that many of the people I'm talking about have read books and are quite knowledgeable. Maybe some of them are good at talking. Qin Pingon, do you have any ideas? Say whatever you want. Say whatever comes to mind. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end he said, I don't have anything to say. Cui Dong no longer cared about what Qin Pingon's answer was. He began to silently deduce why the old man had said all this. The old scholar looked at Li Baoping and Cui Dong to his left and right. He slowly said, merit and demerit are determined by the will of the people. Good and evil are determined by the king of hell. Why do you say this? Because everyone's moral cultivation, growth, vision, and experience are all different. The human heart is constantly fluctuating. How many people would dare to say that their conscience is the most neutral and peaceful? Therefore, the school of legalism took a shortcut and lowered morality and etiquette to the lowest line. Here it can only be so high. It can't be any lower. At this point, the old man stretched out a hand and drew a line under the table. Of course, these laws, as I said before, have the possibility of being evil. Here I won't make any derivations. Otherwise, it would be difficult to finish explaining in 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, in the end, laws are dead, but the human heart is alive. If no one executes the laws, they are dead. Therefore, we still have to seek answers from above. At this point, the old scholar stretched out his hand and pointed at the roof. The old man turned to look at Cui Dong. Do you know why I answered your question so quickly? He touched on a sore spot. Cui Shi said angrily, because you like and think highly of Qi Jingquan more. You think that my knowledge is all waste paper in the garbage bin. Even if you, the sage of literature, find it dirty your hands when you spread it out. The old man shook his head. Because before you, I had already pondered over your question for many years. At the time, no matter how much I deduced, there was only one conclusion. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. In the end, there was no way to stop it. Because not only did you treat the symptoms, but you didn't solve the root of the problem. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Cui Shi slumped back onto the stool in a daze and muttered, how could you bet on this? How could I lose? The old scholar turned his head to look at the courtyard. Be careful. Don't take it lightly. The tall woman replied lazily, I know. The old scholar took a big gulp of wine and said self-deprecatingly, drinking to drown your sorrows is good. Drinking to strengthen one's courage is even better. The old scholar put down the wine jug and straightened his clothes. He slowly said, the sage of rights wrote 2 words in our righteous world. Cui Dong, what do you mean? Cui Dong replied without thinking, order. After blurting it out, Cui Dong was full of regret. The old man's expression was solemn. He nodded and said, yes, etiquette and rules are order. The second sage of the Confucian orthodoxy, the sage of rights, pursued order. All things in the world are orderly and orderly. These rules were obtained by the sage of rights through untold hardships from the great path, horizontal, vertical, and line by line. Only then did he build what he called a shabby thatched hut to shelter the common people from the wind and rain. The hut is so big that almost everyone, even if they spend their entire life studying it, can't reach the walls. It is so big that no matter how high a cultivator's cultivation is, they can't even touch the roof. So this is the freedom and stability of all living beings. Cui Dong sneered, then what about Qi Jingquan? His knowledge touched the roof. Alliance, his cultivation hit the wall. What should we do now? What should these people do? Why can't these proud sons of heaven walk their own path, open the door that the Sage of Rights built and go somewhere else to build a brand new hut? At this point, Cui Dong subconsciously pointed at the door of the hut. At this moment, the white-clothed youth's face was full of sharpness. From this, it could be seen that Cui Dong had involuntarily immersed himself in it. It was even possible that it was not just the young Cui Dong's thoughts, but also the most complete subconscious of Cui Dong in the depths of his soul. The old man laughed. Pursue the absolute freedom in your heart? Sure, but how sure are you that you will walk through the door in the end and not break the wall with a punch or break the roof? So that the hut that originally sheltered you from the wind and rain and grew to the final height will suddenly become unstable and leaky? Cui Dong laughed and said, Old man, you said it yourself that it is absolute freedom. Why do you still care about this? How can you decide that the new hut we build after breaking the old hut will not be bigger and more stable than the old one? The old man smiled. Oh? Isn't it back to the origin of my great Tao? You Cui Dong haven't even broken my mold and you want to break the order of the Sage of Rights? Cui Dong said angrily, How is this the evil of human nature? Old man, you are talking nonsense. The old man said indifferently, Don't ask me this question. I will give you a way out. Take this rare opportunity that your soul is intact and ask your own heart. Cui Dong was dumbstruck. In the end, it was as if only the old scholar and Qin Pingon were left in this world, one old and one young sitting opposite each other. The old man smiled and said, The Sage of Rights wants order. Everyone knows the rules and he hopes that everyone will follow the rules. Later on, the wandering scholars spread knowledge. And when the wandering scholars became aristocratic families, there was the Imperial Teacher Academy. Later on, there was the Imperial Examination and it was widely accepted. It provided the possibility of a carp jumping through the Dragon's Gate, and the poor no longer had no noble sons. Rules, everything is taken care of. It is hard work and the more people's hearts waver and the more thankless it is. Human nature is evil. There are so many people in the world who put down their chopsticks after eating their fill and curse. The old man raised his head and looked at the young man. So now I am looking for a word, order. The old man muttered to himself, I just want to clear up the order of all things in the world. For example, hateful and pitiful. The crux of the problem is that the Sage of Rights has taught the world enough criteria to judge hateful and pitiful, but the world does not know the order. You don't even know what is hateful and you run to care about pitiful. How can that be? Am I right? Qin Pingon nodded. The old man smiled and asked, Just by listening to it, isn't the word order far worse than order? Qin Pingon frowned. The old man burst into laughter. He didn't care how much the young man could figure out. Enjoying himself, he took a sip of wine and said, If these two words are placed in the shabby hut of the Sage of Rights, of course, it can only be regarded as mending. I'm at most a mender of morals and rights. But if these two words are placed in a broader place, it will be amazing. Qin Pingon asked, Where? The old man lifted the wine pot and placed it in the center of the table. Then he spread out his palm and wiped the table heavily. It seems that this shabby cottage of the wine pot is just a place to rest on the banks of the river of time. But the old man paused for a moment and smiled. The situation of this river of time depends on the riverbed. Although the two complement each other at the same time, there is indeed a way to do it. There are many sayings in the world. Go with the flow, so I want to give it a try. Qin Pingon asked. The Sage of Rights wants people to live safely and steadily within the rules. Sometimes he has to sacrifice a small number of people's absolute freedom. And old sir, you want everyone to follow your order and walk forward on the great path you have drawn? The old man smiled and added, Don't think that I am pointing fingers. My order will not go too far. It is just to put in effort at the source of the great path. After that, the water will diverge and enter the sea, or converge midway to become a lake or continue to flow. It is your own freedom. The old man leaned forward, took out the wine pot, drank a mouthful of wine and asked with a smile, Qin Pingon, what do you think? Are you willing to follow Qi Jingchun's arrangement and be my disciple? For the second time, Qin Pingon looked like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. The old man smiled and was amiable. He repeated again, Just say what you think. Don't care if it is right or wrong. There are no outsiders here. The young man took a deep breath, straightened his back and put his fists on his knees. He said seriously, because I have not really read books, I don't know what the order of the Sage of Rites is. I can't understand the essence of the order of the old sir. The old man smiled and said, Go on, just say it boldly. I have seen very bad people and terrible things in my life. My temper has been tempered very well. Qin Pinggan's eyes became brighter and brighter. In the small town I killed Xianxia for myself. I fought with the mountain-moving ape for my friend Lu Xianyang. Later I promised Mr. Qi to escort Li Baoping and the others to school. Later I promised the fairy sister that I would become a Qi trainer. I did these things with peace of mind. I just did it without thinking too much. Qin Pinggan continued, You said a lot before and I have been listening carefully. After thinking about some of them I think they are very reasonable. For example, I think the hateful and pitiful part is right. The order can't be wrong. So at that time I wanted to say that I wanted to kill the wedding dress ghost very much. Now I want to kill her and I will kill her in the future. I want to tell her that no matter how wronged she is, it is not a reason for her to pass the pain to the innocent. I want to tell her that she has her pitiful parts, but she deserves to die. This young man from Clay Bottle Alley who had always been gentle, was very sharp at this moment. Qin Pinggan's tone became more and more firm. He said slowly, But for those things that I can't understand or even that far away in my life, I will not take them into my own hands. Because if I feel that I can't do it, why should I promise others? Just because I am embarrassed? Because I don't want to disappoint others? But the answer is very simple. If you promise but don't have the confidence to do it, won't others be even more disappointed if you can't do it in the future? The old scholar stopped smiling and looked serious. After thinking for a moment he was a little absent-minded. He habitually stretched out 2 fingers as if he was picking up a peanut from a dish. In the small yard the tall woman smiled with narrowed eyes. Earlier she deliberately pretended to be sad. Didn't the young man refuse her with righteous words? If it were Ma Kushuan, Xiesher or Chaoshi. For a girl who was far away and whom he had known for less than a month, he risked defending a sword spirit who had lived for 10,000 years and whom he would need to rely on in the future? Was this a small matter? It was a small matter. But it was definitely not a small matter. The struggle for the great Tao was endless. There were some details that were too terrifying. This was the most unpredictable and dangerous place. Every time a Qi trainer's cultivation was higher and he was closer to the heavenly screen, the flaw in his state of mind would be infinitely magnified. For example, if the flaw of the Tao ancestor was only the size of a mustard seed, once it became real, it would be bigger than the hole pierced by a sword in the Yellow River heaven. For example, in the seemingly trivial long river of time, if the child in the mud bottle alley chose the free tonghulu under the kind invitation of the stall owner, he took it and ate it happily. Then he jumped back to his ancestral house in the mud bottle alley, ate the tonghulu and threw the bamboo stick away casually. It seemed that nothing had happened. But did nothing really happen? Could the young Qin Pinggan still have today's opportunity? In the room Qin Pinggan looked at the old man. Even if Mr. Qi wants me to do something, as long as I don't think I can do it, I still won't agree. For example, if I think about something seriously and still feel that it is wrong, even if someone holds a knife to my neck, I will still tell him that no matter who he is, it is wrong. The young man's tone was very calm. Qin Pinggan said in the end, I am not the kind of person who can go far in a field of knowledge. Learning to read and write is a very simple thing for me. It is so that I can write spring festival couplets and post them at the door of my house. In the future I can write tombstones for my parents. At most, I can read some principles of being a person, but I don't have too many ideas. So, old mister, I will not be your disciple. Cui Dong's face turned pale and he was sweating profusely. Even Li Baoping felt that something was wrong. She sneakily picked up the seal from the table and was about to use it to hit someone. As for whether it was the bad guy Cui Dong or her teacher's teacher, she didn't care. Her youngest uncle was the most important person in the world. The old man only asked pleasantly, This is what you think now, right? If in the future you feel that you were wrong in the past, will you change your mind and beg me to take you as my disciple? Qin Pinggan said without hesitation, Of course. But if you don't want to take me as your disciple, I won't force you. I will probably regret it, but it won't be much. The old man had a strange look on his face. I am the sage of literature and I used to be one of the top sages in the Confucian temple. It is a great blessing for me to take you as my closed-door disciple. It is a great opportunity and a great opportunity. If it suddenly falls on your head, shouldn't you hurry up and put it away? If there is a problem, you have your teacher to protect you. What are you afraid of? No matter how you look at it, it is a good thing with no harm. Qin Pingon suddenly said, there are some things that go against your heart. Don't take a single step out. The old man sighed. Since the time is not right, I won't force you. The old man smiled. I am very disappointed that we can't be master and disciple, but I think Qi Jingchun is not disappointed at all. This Qin Pingon is very stubborn, just like Qi Jingchun when he was young. I am afraid this is the reason why he was willing to bow to you in the alley. Qin Pingon was puzzled. The old scholar slowly stood up and looked at the three children. Sitting down and discussing the Tao is a very good thing. The old scholar smiled. But don't forget, it is even more important to start and act. Otherwise there will be no place for all moral essays. The old elementary scholar suddenly began to enjoy himself and his face lit up with a smile. He put his hands behind his back and walked out of the house while shaking his head. He clicked his tongue and said, Old Mr. sat down and discussed the Tao while the young man walked. Good. Li Baoping angrily said, Only young people, what about me? The old man opened the door and laughed. Yes, there is also the little girl from the Aquarius continent, Li Baoping. Qin Pingon thought, sitting down and discussing the Tao, start and act. This principle is very good, I have to remember it. The young man Cui Dong sat in the same place in a daze. Suddenly he quivered. After coming back to his senses, he suddenly stood up and bowed to Qin Pingon. Mr. Qin Pingon helplessly said, Why are you still here? Cui Dong smiled and joked. Mr. wanted to kill me before, was it because you didn't want to pay me back? It was a few thousand taels of silver. Qin Pingon calmly said, If you were killed by me tonight, as long as I, Qin Pingon, have money in the future, I will definitely build you a tomb worth 2,000 taels of silver. Cui Dong's face was awkward. In the end he could only squeeze out a sentence. Thank you. 155. Li Huai slept in for a long time. He didn't want to get out of bed even when the sun was shining on his butt. The bed was too comfortable, like sleeping in a ball of cotton. The child opened his eyes in a daze and sat up. He looked around and didn't realize what was going on. It took him a while to remember that this wasn't the hard bed at home, nor was it the wilderness. The child's first thought was that it was good to be rich. The second thought was that it was no wonder Qin Pingon was a money grubber. Li Huai actually wanted to go back to sleep, but seeing that Qin Pingon wasn't by his side and didn't appear in his sight, Li Huai panicked. He nimbly put on his clothes and boots, took the painted puppet from the green bamboo box and rushed out of the house. He saw Lin Shui playing chess with a poor old man. Even Li Baoping, who was born without a butt, was sitting on the stone bench, carefully watching the game. Yu Lu and Xianxia were standing beside Lin Shui, helping to make plans. Qin Pingon sat opposite Li Baoping. When he saw Li Huai, he waved his hand. When the child ran to his side, he gave his seat to Li Huai. Li Huai was just about to sit down when he saw the white-clothed youth standing behind Qin Pingon, staring at him with a fake smile. Li Huai thought for a while and silently put the painted puppet on the stone bench. He didn't dare to sit and only dared to lie on the table with his butt sticking out. The youth with the red mole between his eyebrows, Cui Dong, turned his head to look at Yu Lu and Xianxia. His gloomy eyes were like a stream moving between their faces. The young girl was keenly aware of Cui Dong's gaze. She didn't raise her head to look at him, but she was puzzled. Usually, when this dolly imperial tutor's gloomy gaze fell on her, her skin would have goosebumps. But today was different. It was just the gaze of an ordinary teacher. It didn't have the oppressive feeling from before. Was it because of the warm autumn sun? Yu Lu calmly raised his head and smiled at this young master. Cui Dong stretched out his finger and beckoned, Yu Lu, Xianxia, you two come here. Then he smiled at Qin Pingon and said, Can we talk at the pavilion? There are some things that need to be discussed openly. Qin Pingon nodded. The four of them went to the pavilion. Before leaving, Qin Pingon patted the cowardly Huai's head and joked, Now we can sit without worry. When they reached the pavilion, Cui Dong glanced at Iron Horse Winchim and said to Yu Lu and Xianxia, Introduce yourselves. There's no need to hide. Don't worry, there's no conspiracy. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe in Qin Pingon, right? Yu Lu and Xianxia looked at each other. No one was in a hurry to speak. The tall youth dressed simply, Yu Lu, had been the coachman since he came out of seclusion. He was the one who helped Qin Pingon the most in the group. Even sewing could be done by the youth with exceptional dexterity. The youth was obsessed with cleanliness. He was passionate about washing clothes and straw sandals. Whenever he saw someone's clothes and straw sandals stained with mud or holes in them while walking on the mountain road, the tall youth would feel uncomfortable. Even when he saw the crooked arrangement of Li Huai's book box, Yu Lu, who happened to be at the side, would have a worried expression. As long as they stopped by a water source, the carriage would be washed clean by the tall youth. To this, even Qin Pingon felt inferior. How could there be such a restless person in the world? As for the dark-skinned, old-fashioned and slender girl, Li Baoping for the first time had a childish temperament. She hated her bitterly and viewed her as an enemy. Lin Shuyi's impression of her was average. Could not be considered good or bad. At most, they were friends who played a few games in their spare time. Li Huai, on the other hand, was very close to her. If the ancestors of the Lu family know of this in the netherworld. Yu Lu's expression was as usual. He still spoke in a calm tone and interrupted the girl's accusation. If you Xia Lingyue have the backbone of a descendant of the Xia family of the wind god, why don't you go and die? If you feel that suicide is not heroic enough, you can openly assassinate the imperial tutor Cui Dong and die a heroic death. How good would that be? Yu Lu turned to look at the youth in straw sandals who was watching coldly from afar. He smiled and asked, Qin Pingon, can I borrow 100 taels of silver from you? So that I can build a big tomb for heroine Xia Fairy Xia, to express my admiration in my heart. Qin Pingon looked at the tall youth and then at the slender girl. If you still want to live well, why don't you live well? Qin Pingon thought for a moment and continued, I'm just casually talking about my own feelings. It may not make sense. You just listen to me. If there are some debts that can't be settled for the time being, then let's put it aside first. As long as you don't forget it, there will be a day in the future when you can make it clear and make it clear. Qin Pingon looked at the two noble descendants of the Lu family. One was the crown prince who almost sat on the dragon throne, and the other was the most talented mountain immortal in the dynasty. Qin Pingon knew that his reasons for persuasion might not enter their ears at all. This was not strange. Why should they listen to a country bumpkin who grew up in the mud bottle alley? But at this moment, Qin Pingon looked at the two people who were revealing their true feelings. Xia Lingyue was no longer so cold and distant and would cry in anger. Yu Lu was no longer so amiable and would use words to stab people. Although Qin Pingon was not gloating, he did know that at this time he felt that the two people standing in front of him had some familiar popularity. Therefore Qin Pingon, who felt that he was the worst at reasoning, racked his brains and reluctantly added, You guys are much more knowledgeable than I am. I don't know how you guys think about things. Take me for example. The thing I'm most afraid of is when I have a little bit of ability and can decide the fate of others. I'm especially afraid that the things I think are reasonable are actually not reasonable. Unless it's a last resort such as a matter of life and death, there's no choice. Then I'll take action when I have to. But under other circumstances, don't just follow your thoughts at the moment and be led by the nose by, I think so and so. Alliance said that you should always think of a why for everything. I think he's right. So I want to study and learn how to read. In fact, I know that when I asked for advice from Li Baoping and Lin Shui, or when I practiced writing on the ground with Li Huai, you two looked down on me from the bottom of your hearts. I want to read books. I want to learn from books. I want to meet more people. I want to visit more places. I want to be like Aoliang. He dares to pat his chest and say that he has seen more rivers than you have eaten salt. Only in this way in the future. I'm just saying that if one day I really have the ability as great as the land sword immortal, Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple, then I will use my sword. Whether it's to kill people or to save people, it will be very fast. Or if I'm not good at sword practice and I'm good at fist practice, then when I use my fist. Speaking of this, Qin Pingon's face was full of radiance, as if he was thinking of his own, that day. He would use his sword to his heart's content and use his fist to his heart's content. There was once a man wearing a bamboo hat who always teased Qin Pingon. You're a handsome young man. Alas, can't you smile a little every day? It's not good to be so thoughtful. In fact, Qin Pingon was very depressed every time. He wanted to tell that guy loudly, I also want to, but I can't do it right now. Yulu was still sitting in the same place. Xianxia sat back in her original position aggressively, but she didn't look like she was going to fight Yulu to the death. Yulu looked at Qin Pingon, who was calm, and asked curiously with a smile, "Qin Pingon, aren't you good at talking? Why don't you talk to Li Baoping and Li Huai about these things?" Qin Pingon replied, "I'm familiar with them, so I don't need to talk about reasons." What he meant was that he, Qin Pingon, was not familiar with them, so he needed to talk about these things. Yulu was immediately deflated. Xiaxia's face was cold, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She forced that smile to be flattened. Xiaxia carefully glanced at Cui Dong, who was sitting in a daze at the mouth of the well. She hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "I was originally a Qi refinement warrior of the sea-viewing realm in the middle 5 realms. I was half a step away from the 8th realm, the Dragon Gate realm. However, after I was reduced to a remnant, a vicious imperial concubine sent a famous sword cultivator from your Great Li to use a secret technique to pin a few of my acupoints with dragon-trapping nails. As a result, whenever I tried to use my innate energy, I would be in so much pain that I wished I was dead. Furthermore, even if I risked endless troubles, I could only exert the strength of 4th or 5th tier." After Xiaxia finished talking about these important secrets that concerned her fate, she stared at Yulu, who was pretending to be mute. The latter asked, "What?" Xiaxia sneered and said, "Don't play dumb here." Qin Pingon was able to catch fish because of his accumulated experience over a long period of time. He relied on the clumsy bird to fly first. At this point, Xiaxia paused slightly. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that the young man who was stabbed by her was not angry. Instead, he was a little silly. She then heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "But if you, Yulu, did not catch those fish because of your martial arts cultivation, I'll change my surname to yours." Yulu smiled and said, "Oh, you're talking about this. I thought that none of you would be interested in this little trick. Martial arts and the martial arts world are not worth mentioning. When I was in the East Palace, because of my identity as the Crown Prince, I was destined not to cultivate the art of immortality. Therefore, I could only go and look through the martial arts secret books in the palace. I've said before that my father is afraid of those songs, not a son who has nothing better to do but to familiarize himself with martial arts." Yulu stopped smiling and said sincerely, "Moreover, others may not know the situation of the martial arts world and the martial arts world, but you, Xia Lingyue, do not know? It's just a pond at the foot of a mountain. No matter how big the fish are, how big can they be? Not to mention other places, just look at our Lu dynasty. There are not many 9th realm cultivators, but there are still quite a few. But as for 9th realm martial artists, there is not a single one. Therefore, when I first started practicing martial arts, it was purely for fun. You may think that I am just standing there and talking, but I still have to say that in the dull and boring Eastern Palace, if a teacher accidentally farted, it would be a rare thing worth talking about." Xiaxia sneered and said, "Oh? From your tone, your martial arts realm is not low." Yulu sighed, his eyes were sincere. He shook his head and said, "It's not high, only the 6th realm." Xiaxia's eyes revealed a trace of shock, her face slightly stiffened. The climbing of the martial arts world was most particular about one step at a time. Usually it was done with a lot of preparation. Most of them were late bloomers. For example, Dali's vassal Song Zhangqiang was a freak. Looking at the history of Aquarius continent, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a once-in-a-century occurrence. So for young high-realm cultivators, others would be envious of their talents, opportunities, and so on. They would call them geniuses and then feel that it was right and proper. Because the word genius could explain everything. But martial arts was different. A 14 or 15-year-old 6th realm martial artist. He was a real monster. Don't forget, the Lu dynasty's crown prince Yulu lived like a prince in the East Palace. It was very likely that he had never had a life and death battle. Reading a book and seeing a 6th realm martial artist? When Yulu saw the girl's eyes and expression, he silently swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue back into his stomach. She was about to reach the 7th realm at most 3 to 5 years. When she thought of being so close to a 6th realm martial artist, the girl felt uncomfortable all over. She felt that Yulu would suddenly attack her and then smash her head with a punch. A 6th realm Qi refinement warrior could be very weak, but when faced with a pure martial artist of the world, it was best not to have such thoughts. Qin Pingon stood up and first looked at the tanned girl, saying happily, "Lin Shuyi is also a Qi refinement warrior." Miss Xia, although your cultivation is limited now, but your vision is still there. In the future, please talk to him more about cultivation. Yes, Lin Shui's personality is a bit cold, you have to be more tolerant. Oh right, Lin Shui is amenable to coaxing but not coercion. He is thin-skinned and can't take good persuasion. Miss Xia, try to persuade him more. For example, using chess to chat about cultivation, I think that would be very good. Then Qin Pingon looked at the tall youth. You Lu, since you are a 6th realm expert, I don't have to worry about tiring you out for trivial things like washing clothes and brushing straw sandals in the future. Just ask and you will have enough clothes. Finally, Qin Pingon shouted to Cui Dong in the distance, I've finished talking with the two of them, you can come back. Yes, in the words of scholars, we had a good chat. Qin Pingon smiled and left the pavilion. His footsteps were light, clearly he was really happy. In the pavilion, the young boy and girl looked at each other, feeling that something was wrong, but they could not think of a reason. 156. Cui Dong walked back to the pavilion from the old well and stood still outside the pavilion. As the autumn read-in did not want anyone to explore the well without permission, there was only one entrance and exit from the pavilion on the west side. Cui Dong, who was standing on the east side, was a little stunned. In the end, he gritted his teeth, grabbed the railing of the pavilion with both hands, and used all his strength to climb up. He flipped onto the bench in the pavilion and lay on it, gasping for breath. Yu Lu and Xianxia were a little vigilant. They only thought that Dolly Imperial Tutor was playing tricks to have fun, so they had to be careful not to fall into a trap. To put it bluntly, even if Cui Dong handed a knife to the young boy and girl and stood still to let them cut him, the two of them would not dare to make a move. They would not even take the knife. In Xiaxia's opinion, the reason why Qin Pingon could not care less about Cui Dong was that Qin Pingon was ignorant because he had never experienced the real scenery on the mountain. He did not know the meaning of the saying of fighting on the battlefield, the struggle in the court and immortality. In the past, the first disciple of the sage of literature, a qi cultivator at the peak of the 12th state, and the Dolly Imperial Tutor. Any one of his identities alone was a towering mountain that could make people breathless. Presently, Cui Shi's body was extremely weak as he lay on the bench, and he was exhausted like a dog. He stretched out his hand to wipe off the sweat on his forehead. Just as all of you've seen, not only have I suffered an unexpected calamity that caused me to lose my cultivation and become powerless, it even caused me to be unable to even use my cube space, causing me to become a defenseless pauper. So if the two of you have a grudge against me, now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take action. There won't be such a shop after this village. Speaking of this, Cui Dong turned his head to look at the Dolly territory thousands of miles away and cursed weakly. You enjoy the blessings and I take the blame. Damn you, Dolly Imperial Tutor. Oh, you are still my own master, Cui Dong muttered and cursed to himself. No matter what, along the way, although he had not succeeded in apprenticing himself to a master, he had been with Li Huai for a long time. He had indeed become much more fluent in cursing people. Now he even cursed himself. The young boy and girl were used to the Dolly Imperial Tutor's supernatural behavior. Cui Shi sat up and leaned against the fence, placing his hands on the railing. Yu Lu and Xiaxia happened to be on his left and right. Cui Dong sighed. You think that Qin Pingon doesn't know how high the mountains are and how deep the waters are, so you are not afraid of me at all. This is... Cui Dong paused for a moment and laughed. Yes. Cui Dong continued. However, you have only thought of half of it. The ignorant are fearless. However, you can't compare to Qin Pingon in that a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Of the two of you, one is a 6th realm martial artist who came out of nowhere from reading books. His world is shattered and he has to endure humiliation. The other is a qi refinement warrior who is astonishingly talented but bears a blood feud. You always feel that the future is very long. Therefore Qin Pingon dares to kill me and he will kill me. What about the two of you? You are hesitating and perturbed. Cui Dong rubbed his waist and said with a frown, Actually, my waist hurts a lot. Cui Dong looked at Yu Lu. You will follow me wholeheartedly in the future. How about that? Yu Lu smiled and said, Ever since I left the condemned felons, I've been following the Grand Preceptor. It's a good feeling. The journey of learning has been exciting. Compared to pretending to be a nerd in the Eastern Palace, listening to those gossips every day, it's much more interesting. If Lord Imperial Tutor can explain some difficult questions about the classics to me when he is free, I will feel that my life is very complete. Cui Dong stretched out a finger and pointed at the tall teenager. Qin Pingon is cautious and serious. He is a frog at the bottom of the well who suddenly jumped out of the well. He is afraid of everything that he sees. You Lu are really shrewd. You look like a scoundrel. Sometimes I really want to punch your smiling face. Yu Lu said helplessly, compared to Qin Pingon, how am I better? Aren't we both frogs at the bottom of the well? Cui Dong said casually, riches and honor burn the body, suffering and suffering cool the body. I will give you this famous saying of the saints for free. Take it and think about it. Yu Lu, who had read thousands of books, asked curiously, which saint of the Confucian temple taught you this? Cui Dong pointed at himself. Me. Yu Lu was even more helpless. Cui Dong took out a stone from his sleeve and gently threw it at the iron horse under the eaves. He missed the first time, the second time, and the third time. Cui Dong glanced at the girl and pursed his lips. If I really want to throw you out, the bell will definitely ring. The girl stood there like a bodhisattva, expressionless. Cui Dong smiled. You, on the other hand, really want to kill me, but you feel that you only have one chance. You must have a foolproof plan. You don't want to die for nothing. Yu Lu, on the other hand, is smarter than you. You feel that it doesn't matter if you kill me or not. Cui Dong sighed. Qin Pingon, Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shui for people. Yu Lu, in order of your favorability from good to bad, it should be Lin Shui, Li Baoping, Qin Pingon and Li Huai. As for Miss Xia, it should be Li Baoping, Li Huai, Qin Pingon and Lin Shui. Cui Dong pointed at himself with his thumb. As for me, it should be Li Huai, Li Baoping, Lin Shui and Qin Pingon. I like Li Huai the most because he is the least threatening to me. Li Baoping is such a bright spirit girl. Especially someone like me who is full of evil tricks. How can I hate her? Just looking at her makes me feel warm and comfortable. Lin Shui is not bad. It's just that I've seen too many geniuses like him. I'm not interested. Cui Dong squinted his eyes and smiled. Yu Lu dislikes Li Huai the most because he hates that kind of muddling along and waiting for death. How can there be such a lazy person in the world? Of course, there's also his sloppiness and lack of cleanliness. You like Lin Shui the most because you subconsciously think of yourself as the crown prince of the Lu dynasty. For a country to prosper, it needs Lin Shui to be a positive pillar of support. Although Xie seems to be very familiar with Lin Shui and often plays chess with him, he is actually going crazy with jealousy. They are both geniuses in cultivation. Why is it that Lin Shui's life is so smooth, but he has to suffer such a calamity? It's very likely that he will be blocked by the great Tao and have no hope of immortality. Yu Lu was silent. Xiexie's expression was extremely ugly. Cui Dong laughed. Then why don't we like Qin Pingon? But why did Li Baoping and the other two fledgling kids like Qin Pingon the most, contrary to us who are all mature foxes like us the most? Isn't he very chewy? Yu Lu Xiexie. Whoever can give me the correct answer in my heart, I will give you a good thing that you can use. Xiexie slowly said, because the three of them are used to looking at Qin Pingon whenever they encounter difficulties and choices. They feel that Qin Pingon does things the most justly and is willing to pay the price. And Qin Pingon, to the three of us, aside from Lord Imperial Tutor's personal desires, this kind of seemingly easy to get along with and willing to be kind to others is really not worth mentioning. Yu Lu shook his head. Qin Pingon is not that easy to get along with. Cui Dong clicked his tongue. The two of you are about the same. You are so stupid that it's cute. Why don't I just let the two of you get married? A talented man and a beautiful woman. Oh no, temporarily a talented woman and a handsome man. How about it? Yu Lu and Xiexie did not reply because they both knew that this was a joke. Cui Dong stroked a jade pendant on his waist with 2 fingers. You don't know that Qin Pingon is like a mirror. He will let the people around him see their own shortcomings more clearly than usual. So if you get along with him day and night, as long as you have problems with your state of mind, you will have problems. Once upon a time, there was a foolish girl named Zhu Lu who was forced to a dead end. She was stupid because she was stupid and did not know it. She did bad things, but her heart was still muddled. This is called stupid and bad. She is also a woman, but compared to our Dali Empress, she is far inferior. Our Empress, the cleverest thing about her was, do you think I don't know what bad things I have done? Back then, it was this unintentional sentence that made me decide to cooperate with her. Cui Dong pointed to himself. According to a hidden saying of a certain Taoist master, everyone has 2 heartstrings, one good and one evil, hanging in our hearts. Just like what Qin Pingan believes, some things are right and some things are wrong. No matter who does it or who helps to explain it, it will not change anything. What is interesting is that the difficulties of the world lie in the fact that in order to do a good thing, you will inevitably do many small mistakes. Confucian disciples are unwilling to go against their hearts. They may not even be able to stay in the officialdom, and may not even be able to climb high in the learning palace. In the end, they can only hide in the study room to study and build a cart behind closed doors. To the outside world, they are of little benefit. Some people have stayed in the study room for a long time and are pedantic and stale. They can't bear to see any moral flaws in others, and they often criticize and belittle them. Instead, they are helpless against those who are thoroughly bad in the imperial court. In the end, they can only degrade day by day and the collapse of etiquette and music. Cui Dong did not look at the two guys who were deep in thought. He stretched out one palm and wiped in front of him, then changed to another palm and wiped in a lower place. The top is good and the bottom is evil. The human heart has two strings. I Cui Dong am good almost as high as the sky, so I don't see many good people in my eyes. I Cui Dong am evil, so to me I can associate with and use them without any psychological burden. The two of you are not as different as me, but the distance between the two strings is not small. Cui Dong put away his left hand and left a small gap between the thumb and index finger of his right hand. He lowered his head and squinted at the two fingers. Qin Pingan's good is very low, so to him doing good things is a natural thing. This is the reason why he is regarded as a good person. But you have to know that a low good does not mean that he is really easy to talk to. Because Qin Pingan's evil is very close to his good, so when he decides to do something, Qin Pingan will be extremely decisive, such as killing me. In fact, the two of you know very well that no matter how much you look down on Qin Pingan, you and of course me will never be Qin Pingan's friend in this lifetime. Yu Lu suddenly said, I can try. Xianxia's mouth curved into a cold smile. However, when she caught a glimpse of Yu Lu from the corner of her eyes, she thought of how she was forced by Cui Shi to look for Qin Pingan and explain the martial arts to him in Hengshan. Under the threat of Cui Shi, she had no choice but to take the initiative to look for Qin Pingan. The girl was a little flustered. Then she thought of the thin figure standing on the branch, facing the wind, the gentle breeze in the mountain. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sadness. She had also had a pure state of mind like this, always looking into the distance. I've said so much and wasted a big jar of saliva. What exactly am I trying to say? Cui Dong began to make a conclusion. He stood up and said with a smile, what I'm trying to say is, in the future, you two idiots should respect me, Cui Dong's husband, from the bottom of your heart. Do you understand? This was the second time today that Yu Lu and Xianxia looked at each other. Two ungrateful, pitiful bastards who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Cui Dong flew into a rage for no reason. His face was gloomy as he strode forward and punched Yu Lu in the face. A broken crown prince who has become a criminal and almost has to have words carved on his face. Do you know how many emperors and princes I, Dolly, have killed? You still want to try? Do you, a bastard who has betrayed your ancestors, have the qualifications to do so? Yu Lu was caught off guard and took the punch. He didn't dare to make any movements to fight back. He was just a little stunned. Cui Shi turned around and walked towards the dark-skinned girl, slapping her across the face. You're just a little girl whose mountain gate has been smashed. See, do you know how many land immortals I've killed with my own hands? The proud girl subconsciously reached out and grabbed the wrist of the young man in white to prevent him from slapping her face. However, she regretted it the next moment. As expected, Cui Dong emitted a terrifying and ferocious aura as he stared at the girl. She was so frightened that she immediately let go of her hand. Cui Dong lowered his head and looked at his red and swollen wrist. He slapped the girl's face fiercely and said sternly, the two of you dare to look down on Qin Pingan. He's my Cui Dong's husband. Cui Dong slapped the girl's face 4 to 5 times consecutively. The girl didn't even dare to use her Qi refinement warrior cultivation to dissipate the force. Soon, her face was red and swollen and blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Cui Dong, who was full of murderous aura, didn't seem to be satisfied. He wanted to find something to use as a weapon. At this moment, he turned around and saw a familiar figure running towards him. Cui Dong was stunned on the spot. The uninvited guest just shouted a word, eat. In the end, when he saw the scene of Cui Dong hitting someone, the guy quickly swallowed the word food, and started to run wildly towards Cui Dong. The aura of the young man was more like a murderous aura. Cui Dong was so frightened that he didn't say anything. He crawled and rolled over the pavilion's railing and ran towards the old well. As he shouted, he turned his head and shouted, "Qin Pingon, what are you doing? I'm teaching my own servant a lesson. It's none of your business. So let's talk nicely. I'll admit my mistake, okay? Let's all stop and reason things out, okay?" After Qin Pingon ran into the pavilion, he tipped his toes and jumped up high. His body flew over the railing like a bird and landed outside the pavilion. He continued to run towards Cui Dong. Cui Dong knew that he wouldn't be able to escape, so he decided to throw caution to the wind. He stood at the mouth of the old well and sorrowfully said in a trembling voice, "Qin Pingon, if you really want to kill me today, I'll just jump into the well and commit suicide. It's up to you to believe it or not." Qin Pingon continued to rush forward. Cui Dong was about to jump into the well when Qin Pingon frowned and suddenly stopped. Cui Dong took a step forward. At the critical moment, he pulled his foot back with great difficulty. His body swayed and his life was hanging by a thread. With his current physique, even if he didn't freeze to death or drown after falling to the bottom of the well, because there were still remnants of sword chi below, he would most likely be severely injured and lose half of his life if Qin Pingon saved him. From this, it could be seen that the young Cui Dong was really afraid of Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon looked at Cui Dong carefully. After a long time he said, "Let's eat." Cui Dong carefully jumped into the well. He still didn't dare to go forward. He stood where he was and explained with grief and indignation, "I was just standing up for you. The two of them looked down on you from the bottom of their hearts. I stood up for them and asked them to be more polite to you in the future. Is that wrong? You're treating my good intentions as ill intent." Qin Pingon sneered, "Don't use me as an excuse. You're just a dog that can't change its habit of eating shit." After that, Qin Pingon turned around and left. When he bypassed the pavilion, he spoke to the young boy and girl in a much gentler tone. "Lin Shui and the others have finished a game of chess and are eating." Cui Dong didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and followed Qin Pingon from afar. He ran and swayed, his two big sleeves fluttering in the wind. He looked like a lackey. "You're indeed my master. You're much smarter than those two idiots." After passing the pavilion, Cui Dong faced the two people. He immediately changed his expression and reprimanded, "What are you standing there for? Let's eat." Yu Lu smiled as usual and walked out of the pavilion. After walking down the steps, he turned around and asked, "Are you okay?" She shook her head with tears in her eyes. The tall young boy pointed to the corner of his mouth. After the girl came back to her senses, she turned her head and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The group ate the sumptuous breakfast prepared by the Autumn Reed Inn. Li Huai ate until his stomach was round. This heartless little brat was completely unaware of the strange atmosphere at the table. The old elementary scholar smiled at Qin Pingon. "Let's go. I'll take you to the bookstores in this county city. Let's chat casually. Possible you can treat me to a drink." The old elementary scholar looked at the eager little girl and smiled. "Together?" The little girl nodded vigorously. "I'll go back and carry my small bag." Lin Shui stayed at the inn and continued to practice breathing using the secret technique recorded in the Cloud Gem book. Li Huai was too lazy to move. He didn't have the desire to go shopping. He only told Qin Pingon to bring back delicious food for him. Cui Dong said that he had some private matters and needed to find the inn owner to see if he could lower the price. Yu Lu and Xianxia returned to their rooms. In the end, only the three of them left the Autumn Reed Inn. They walked through the flowing clouds and flowing water alley and were led by the old elementary scholar to find a bookstore. The little girl kept showing off her bag to the old elementary scholar. She ran in circles around the old elementary scholar and asked if her bag looked good. Of course, the old elementary scholar said that it was good. Qin Pingon pondered for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Master Wenxing, are you angry with me?" The old elementary scholar praised Li Baoping's small bag like a flower. After hearing the question, he laughed. "Are you talking about the matter of refusing to be my closed-door disciple?" No, I'm not angry. I'm a little disappointed. But thinking about it, this is actually good. Qi Jingquan's original intention and alliances following are not necessary to give Qin Pingon anything. Also, last time I secretly took your jade hairpin. At this point, the old elementary scholar made a sweeping gesture with his palm. It's to let you know that Qin Pingon is just Qin Pingon. There's not much involvement. You're the young man from the Mud Bottle Alley in Lizhu Grotto Heaven. Your surname is Qin and your name is Pinghan. Then you took Li Baoping and the others to travel far away to study. It's that simple. The old elementary scholar laughed. Alliance, this sloppy and lazy guy, it's rare for him to be serious for once. He helped you to prevent the Dali dynasty from bringing additional burdens to you and the children. Previously, Qi Jingchun had already made the higher-ups, not to criticize you. Because of my arrival, your good-tempered immortal sister has to show up, so there's a little trouble. But don't be afraid, an old man like me still has the ability. I won't cause you any trouble. I'm good at reasoning with scholars. The old elementary scholar patted the young man's shoulder. In the future, just focus on your studies. The old elementary scholar then said with a smile, a young man's shoulder should be like this. Don't be anxious about the hatred of the country or the righteousness. First, stir up the breeze and the moon, the willows and the grass and the orioles. A young man's shoulder should be full of beautiful things. Li Baoping's eyes lit up. She gave the old elementary scholar a thumbs up and praised, Master Scholar, what you said is very beautiful. The old elementary scholar laughed and patted his stomach. Of course, I'm full of knowledge. Qin Pingon looked at the old elementary scholar and the little girl who were teasing each other. He took a deep breath. The young man couldn't feel what was on his shoulder, but his heart was already warm. If the threshold is too high, they can't even climb over it. In the end, how many disciples can they be proud of? Qin Pingon sighed softly. The old scholar asked worriedly, what's wrong? You think it's boring? That won't do. You still have to read the books. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, I just feel that it's like a commoner opening a shop to snatch business. In my hometown at the Dragon Riding Alley, I have 2 friends who help to look after the shop. I don't know if it's a loss or a gain. The old scholar seemed to have thought of Sesame Chen's past and sighed. He waved his hand and said, let's go, I'll take you to drink. Qin Pingon, if you really want to drink, you can drink a little. Baoping is still too young to drink. It was still early and many restaurants had not opened for business. Fortunately, the old scholar found a wine shop at the corner of a street. It was dirty and greasy. Fortunately, the 3 of them did not care about this. If Cui Dong, Yu Luxi and Xia were here, they would probably frown. One had high standards, one was a clean freak, and one had been pampered since childhood. They would probably never drink in this kind of place in their lifetime. The old man ordered a caddy of loose wine and a plate of salted peanuts. Qin Pingon still insisted that those who practiced martial arts were not allowed to drink. Li Baoping actually wanted to drink a little, but with her martial uncle by her side, she did not dare to make such a request. She could only stare at the old scholar with envy as he drank. After spending so much time with Qin Pingon, from Li Baoping to Lin Shui and Li Huai, she had been influenced by what she saw and heard along the way. She was well aware of what could and could not be done. Li Baoping sometimes felt that her martial uncle was too strict. However, looking at the beautiful little box and the thick and soft straw sandals, she did not say anything more. Because Lin Shui had become an immortal on the mountain, he had high aspirations. It was not that he did not have any thoughts about Qin Pingon, but from a higher point of view he felt that these trivial matters were not worth his attention. Therefore he never said anything. As for Li Huai, he was the most willing to speak his mind. Unfortunately, most of the time he was unreasonable. Before Qin Pingon could say anything, Li Baoping had already suppressed him severely. Therefore, throughout their journey of learning, there had never been any irreconcilable differences and they had maintained a delicate balance. After Zhu He and Zhu Lu left, outside Yefu Pass, Cui Dong brought 2 people to barge into the group. This made the previous 4 people even more united against a common enemy, and their relationship became even closer. The old Shutsai drank. After drinking only half a liter of wine, he felt a little tipsy. Perhaps it was because he was reminded of the past and did not deliberately use his supernatural powers. Instead, you will feel. The old Shutsai was really drunk. He stretched out his thumb and pointed at himself. I'm really King awesome. After saying these heroic words, the old Shutsai's head fell forward with a bang and hit the table heavily. The young man paid the bill with the shopkeeper and walked out with the old Xianxia on his back. The little girl was secretly happy. It turned out that the sage of literature could get drunk and talk a lot when drunk. Qin Pingon. It's a waste of youth if you don't have a romantic life. You must drink. Drinking is good. Little Baoping, remember this. You have to cherish Qin Pingon. Don't think that he's unreasonable just because he's doing too well. Instead, you'll distance yourself from him. Otherwise, you'll regret it one day. Qin Pingon will become the second Xiaoqi. When something happens, no one will know about it, or even if they know, they won't have the guts to help. How miserable would that be? Little Pingon, we're being reasonable not to make ourselves feel wronged but to slowly accumulate it. If there comes a day when you suddenly feel that the whole world is unreasonable, you have the confidence and spirit to loudly tell the world, you're all wrong. The old Xianxia smelled of alcohol and patted the young man's head. Qin Pingon, who was carrying the old Xianxia on his back, had a bitter face and could only nod desperately. The old Xianxia burped and straightened his neck as if he was looking for the little girl in the green bamboo box. Li Baoping quickly jumped up. I'm here. The old Xianxia made two "oh" sounds and then slapped Qin Pingon's head again. Little Pingon, let me ask you. The more you read in the future, the more you feel that the principles in the books are reasonable. But if one day the whole, or half of the scholars in the world start to criticize little Baoping and say that she is shameless for liking her junior uncle, what will you do? The little girl didn't take it seriously and said angrily, is it wrong for me to like junior uncle? How can these people read? The young man had been living at the bottom of the city since he was young, and it was difficult for him to survive. Therefore Qin Pingon had to think further and no more dirty things. He said without hesitation, if there really comes a day when they want to scold Baoping, they will have to ask my fist first. Qin Pingon turned to the little girl and said with a smile, other than fist, junior uncle will also have a sword in the future. So if that day really comes, you must tell junior uncle. Even if junior uncle is far away, he will come to protect you. The old Xianxia said drunkenly, then if the little girl thinks that you can't beat those people and is afraid that you will get hurt, she deliberately doesn't call you. Qin Pingon, you only know the pitiful ending after the incident. What will you do? Now that things have come to this, do you want to catch those scholars and kill them? Qin Pingon stopped and looked at the little girl. Baoping, do you want junior uncle to kill for you and be scolded and beaten to death? Or do you want to confront those bad guys openly and face them together? Even if we die, we will die righteously and not have any regrets? The little girl was a little flustered. Junior uncle, it sounds like the latter option is slightly better? The old Xianxia laughed. It's not as miserable as you think. Scholars still have some shame. It's not to the point of life and death, it's just a little bumpy. The old Xianxia finally said, speaking of the order, this kid used it so quickly. Applying what he has learned. Impressive. Qin Pingon smiled and said, sir, it's okay if you scare us, but don't you think it's a little too much to pretend to be drunk to not pay? The old Xianxia's head tilted and he snored like thunder. Li Baoping still had some lingering fear, so she grabbed Qin Pingon's sleeve. Qin Pingon joked, what are you afraid of? In the future you just have to study hard and try to win against them in terms of reasoning. If this still doesn't work, junior uncle will work harder from today on to practice martial arts and swordsmanship. When the time comes, junior uncle will fly on his sword and come to your side from thousands of miles away. Think about it, everyone will look up and stare at your junior uncle with their eyes wide open, just like when we saw Wei Jin in the Wind Snow Temple. At that time you can tell everyone that this is your junior uncle. Isn't he awesome? The little girl nodded vigorously and laughed heartily. She jumped up and said, wow, cool, cool. I still have a lot of places to go and I need to go to the west. I can't stay here any longer. The old scholar slowly said, Qin Pingon, what about that half of Cui Dong? Although it is not complete, it is more or less clear. In the future I will leave him to you. Teaching by word and example is more important than teaching by words. This is also the reason why I put him by your side. Li Baoping frowned and said, that guy called Cui Dong is a big bad guy. Lass, why do you always protect him? I have no choice. The old scholar was helpless and explained patiently with a smile. I have already removed the inhibition on him. If next time you still think that he should be killed, then you don't have to care about what this terrible old man thinks. Do what you need to do. The reason why I am so partial to him is because he went down the wrong path. Most of it was because I taught Cui Dong wrong in the past. I should not have denied it so decisively and caused Cui Dong to misunderstand that I came to an arbitrary conclusion. The old man looked tired and said in a low voice, "What's more, I was really unhappy at the time. There was a fight that I had to win, so I didn't have time to explain the reasons to him and help him deduce the future bit by bit. So that's what happened later. In a fit of anger, this kid simply betrayed his master, leaving behind a big mess. Mahjong was one of them. Moreover, the new path that he chose, if he can take every step steadily, there is indeed hope that he will benefit the world for hundreds or thousands of years. Perhaps he can add another incense stick to our Confucian orthodoxy. These are both a great cause for 1,000 years but also nonsense. When you have the chance in the future, you may also encounter such nonsense. When that time comes, don't learn from me. Think more and don't rush to make a decision. You must be patient, especially when it comes to the people around you. Don't be blind under the light, otherwise you will be very sad." Speaking of this, the old man touched Qin Pingan's head with his dry and thin palm, and then rubbed Li Baoping's little head. "You two don't always think about growing up quickly. If you really grow up, there will be more and more things that are beyond your control and few friends will always be by your side. The newer the clothes and boots, the better, but the older the friends, the better. But when you get old, you will die of old age one day." Li Baoping asked. Lin Shui said that the immortals on the mountain like Qi trainers can live for 100 or even 1,000 years if they succeed in their cultivation. The old man asked with a smile, "What about 100 years later?" Li Baoping asked tentatively, "Then I will go first?" The old man was amused by the little girl's innocence and couldn't help laughing. "Then on the other hand, little Baoping, you are such a good girl. If one day you are no longer in the world, how sad will your friends be? Anyway, this old man will be so sad that he will cry loudly. At that time I won't even be able to drink wine." Li Baoping was suddenly enlightened and nodded her head like a little chick pecking rice. "Yes, yes, yes, no one can die." The old elementary scholar stretched out his hand and handed over the silver ingot. Qin Pingan looked at it and asked, "Is this worm silver?" "Cui Dong has one." The old elementary scholar shook his head and smiled. "That little thing, only the young Cui Dong would be interested in it and find it interesting. If it was the old Cui Dong, he would be too lazy to take a second look at it. This thing that looks like a silver ingot is actually an ownerless sword embryo. Compared to the one that Cui Dong hid in the Fengsuan item, its grade is much higher. The key is that it has a deep history. If you have the chance to go to the Central Divine Continent in the future, you must bring it to Sui Mountain. Who knows, you might even be able to drink some guy's good wine. Sui Mountain's Huagua wine is the best in the world." The old elementary scholar gave him a thumbs up. "Even an immortal would be drunk." Qin Pingan took the silver ingot. The old elementary scholar joked, "Oh, you were unwilling to be my disciple before. I said that you would not agree even if I talked until my lips were cracked. Why did you accept it now?" Qin Pingan said awkwardly, "I felt that if I rejected your kindness again, it would hurt your feelings." Li Baoping whispered, "Master Wenxing, it's because this thing looks like silver. How can junior uncle not like it?" Qin Pingan knocked her with a chestnut. Li Baoping held her head and did not dare to say anything. The old elementary scholar laughed. "Little Baoping, next time we meet, don't call me Master Wenxing. You are Qi Jingquan's disciple and I am Qi Jingquan's teacher. What should you call me?" Li Baoping was stunned. "Grandmaster? Grandmaster?" The old elementary scholar smiled and nodded. "That's right. You can call me either way as long as you like." The little girl hurriedly bowed with her hands clasped in front of her chest. However, she forgot that she was carrying a heavy box on her back. Li Baoping lost her balance and almost fell flat on her face. Qin Pingan hurriedly helped her carry the small box. The old elementary scholar straightened his back and did not move, calmly accepting the gift. The elementary scholar shook the bag on his back and sighed. "The sword embryo is called Little Fingdu. Don't worry and accept it. The karma of the sword embryo has long been completely cut off. As for how to use it, it is very simple. As long as you put your heart into it, everything will be fine when you reach the bridge and it will automatically recognize you as its master. If you don't put your heart into it, even if you hold it for 10,000 years, it will not wake up." Qin Pingan carefully put it away. The old elementary scholar nodded. "Let's go." The old elementary scholar turned and left. Li Baoping asked doubtfully, "Grandmaster? The old elementary scholar turned his head and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" The little girl pointed to the sky. "Grandmaster, didn't you say you were going to go a long way? Why didn't you just disappear with a whoosh?" The old elementary scholar could not help but smile. He nodded his head and disappeared with a whoosh. Qin Pingon and Li Baoping raised their heads at the same time and looked at the sky. The old elementary scholar's figure had long disappeared. But in fact, there was an old elementary scholar at the end of the street in the Flowing Clouds alley. He turned his head and looked at the entrance of the Autumn Read Inn before slowly walking away. Returning to the courtyard, the tall woman was sitting on a stone bench. She was looking up at the sky with a gentle smile on her face. Yu Lu and Xianxia were in the same courtyard, but they didn't know about the existence of this sword spirit. Every time she appeared, she would isolate the aura between them, so that the young man and woman couldn't see or hear, and they couldn't sense her at all. Li Baoping greeted them and went into the house to put away her things. Qin Pingon sat beside the sword spirit. The tall woman stretched out her hand and the old sword that had been hanging under the bridge for countless years appeared in her hand. She went straight to the point and said, "Since things have changed, I will make appropriate changes. Originally we made a promise of 100 years. Now it is still the same. But I will speed up the process of sharpening the sword and strive to restore it to its original appearance within 60 years. This means that your dragon beheading platform will not be enough, not enough at all." Qin Pingon was confused. The small dragon beheading platform that suddenly appeared in his courtyard should have been carried to the blacksmith's shop. She smiled and said, "Do you remember that time when you were sitting on the bridge and dreaming, you fell into the stream with the basket on your back? At that time I actually took away the dragon beheading platform. After that you thought it was a stone from the dragon beheading platform, but it was just an ordinary stone that I used to deceive you. Well, it is not accurate to say that it is an ordinary stone. It should be a piece of snake gall stone of the best quality. It is enough to turn a small reptile into a big reptile. In order to reduce the time from 100 years to about 60 years, I have to use at least the large dragon beheading platform in the deep mountains. Maybe I can't use the entire stone cliff, but I definitely can't run away from most of it. But you don't have to worry. I have my own ways to deceive you. If I really can't do it, I can just give it to the military cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple or Zhenwu Mountain. They will not think that it is a bad deal. Maybe they will cry with joy and hug each other and cry." Qin Pingon was stunned and speechless. It was as if he had just heard a book from heaven. She stretched out her hand to the sky, and the snow-white lotus leaf appeared in her palm. "Because of Swan Xiaotsai and because your sword was a little unusual, the lotus leaf can't hold on for too long. This is also one of the reasons why I am in a hurry to go back. Also, Xiaotsai promised me that he would not implicate you because of Cui Dong. You will first go to the Qin family of Yingyin and reason with them before going to the west. So next, as he said, you just need to take those children to study peacefully. With such a bad guy like Cui Dong and Yu Lu, who is at the 6th realm of martial arts by your side to protect you, I believe that even if you lose your sword qi, you will still be able to turn misfortunes into blessings." She looked a little worried. "But after arriving at the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom in the next 60 years, I will need to draw a circle and not leave easily. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. You have to ensure that you don't die and that your state continues to grow. It will be a little troublesome." Qin Pingon said, "Alliance once said unintentionally that no matter if you are a martial artist or a qi cultivator, once you reach the 3rd realm of cultivation, you can try to travel a country alone. As long as you don't court death, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. When you reach the 5th or 6th realm, you can walk on the map of half the continent. The premise is that you don't join in the fun and don't go to those famous dangerous places. Also, don't be hot-blooded and think that you can be chivalrous no matter what you encounter, or slay demons and devils. Then you will be safe and sound. If you meet with an unexpected accident and die because of it, then you can only blame your bad luck. With such a bad fate, staying at home is also not safe, so whether you go out or not, the result is more or less the same." She nodded and said with relief, "It's best that you can think this way. You should be so. If you are timid, you will never achieve anything in your cultivation." She suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked playfully, "Until now, when I am about to leave, why don't you ask me how I can help you prolong your life and solve the future problems? Since we share the same weal and woe, Aren't you curious why I don't help you repair the bridge of longevity and let you smoothly embark on the road of cultivation? Logically speaking, this is not an unreasonable request, is it? Qin Pingon said frankly, last night before I went to bed I wanted to get up and ask these questions, but then I held back. The sword spirit asked, why? Qin Pingon said with a serious face, it's not that I am embarrassed to ask. In order to survive, I will not be embarrassed even if I am thin-skinned. It's just that I have always believed in old man Yao who was half my master at that time and I believe in something he said. The sword spirit interrupted the teenager's words and nodded, I know. I saw and heard in the scene shown by the flowing water of time. It's a very interesting sentence. She then became a little annoyed and stood up with the lotus leaf umbrella. Do you know why there is a saying in the human world, disfigurement? It is indeed true, but the disfigurement of ordinary people is in the theory of life. Even changing one's name is within the big rules, so it doesn't get in the way. But if it involves the bridge of longevity, the changes in the many Chifu acupoints in the body are a big deal. Cultivation is an action that goes against the current. To put it bluntly, it goes against the way of heaven. The so-called Tao of Qi cultivators is actually to prove their own great Tao, to be able to make the way of heaven bow its head. Heaven wants me to be born, grow old, get sick and die, but I want to cultivate the golden body of purity, live a long life and enjoy eternal freedom. I want heaven to pinch its nose and admit that it has a long life. Think about it, how difficult is that? If it is easy to build the bridge of longevity, those immortal families on the mountain, as long as the ancestors do it, won't it be easy for them to have all their descendants become immortals? Because the human meridians, qi fu and blood are the most mysterious existence in the world. You should know that the Taoist school advocates the big and small worlds inside and outside the world. This small world refers to the human body and spirit. Apart from implying that the human body is a natural paradise, the bridge of longevity is a bridge that connects the two worlds. Therefore, it is really as difficult as ascending to heaven. It is not that no one can do it, but the price to pay is very high. The requirements for the people who build the bridge are extremely high, and it is limited to the great Qi cultivators of schools such as the School of Yin Yang and the School of Medicine. This is also one of the reasons why these schools of thought are not good at killing but still stand tall. Seeing that the teenager's eyes were a little disappointed but not depressed, the sword spirit was relieved. He smiled mischievously and said, now, no matter what, little Pingon, you should first temper your body and lay a good foundation. Otherwise, in the future when I have sharpened the sword, it will be too embarrassing if you can't even lift the sword. Don't think that it is easy to lift the sword. In Scholar Sauer's painting of mountains and rivers, he gave you the illusion of a 10th realm cultivator. The body of an ordinary 9th realm cultivator may not be comparable to that of a 5th or 6th realm cultivator, but the 10th realm cultivators who are determined to break through the threshold are not idiots who would dare to underestimate the tempering of the body. Most of them will rely on the hard work of tempering their body and spirit in this realm to become more diligent than a pure martial artist. Bit by bit they will polish their body and spirit, not allowing the slightest flaw. Therefore, this has created the interesting situation where the 10th realm Qi cultivators in the world are all old turtles in the water. Qin Pingon remembered all these words firmly in his heart. The woman in white stood in the courtyard and said with a smile, little Pingon, you must wait for me for 60 years. Also, when the time comes, don't become a white-haired old man. It is really a killjoy. Be careful that I don't recognize you as my master. Qin Pingon stood up and was about to speak. She had already walked towards him. She stretched out her hand and made a gesture of wanting to high-five him as an oath. Qin Pingon quickly raised his hand high. However, in the end their palms passed each other in the air. The woman in white had already disappeared and left. Qin Pingon sat back in his original position. Suddenly he slapped his head and remembered the scholar with sword. He had forgotten to ask her and old Mr. Wenxing about the identity of the golden-clothed girl hiding in the wooden sword. Cui Dong was drinking tea in a secret room of the Autumn Reed Inn. The second in command of the inn, Lu Jiahui, the famous Madame Lu among the upper echelons of the prefecture city, was like a lowly servant girl. She carefully observed his expression and carefully sized up this dolly imperial tutor who had revealed his identity. The Purple Sun Manor that she was in was originally a chess piece of the Huangting country that had been roped in by the Great Li. This alliance was personally approved by the founding master, who rarely showed himself. Thus, Everyone in the Purple Sun Manor naturally did not dare to be careless. Especially for people like Lu Jiahui who believed that they had no hope of reaching the Great Tao, they would be particularly concerned about symbols of secular power such as the imperial court and the government. Although the Huangting country's Hong family had always followed the ancestral system to give preferential treatment to immortals, it was a pity that a small Huangting country could make the deeply involved Lingyun sect be dead set on it. But there was no way to make sects like the Xiang prefecture pledge their loyalty. Because the pond was too small, the dragon under the water wanted to have a wider territory. The Xiang prefecture was more ambitious than the crouching dragon temple that only wanted the word palace. Lu Jiahui was not stupid enough to be willing to believe the handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows. There was only one reason. The green-robed man standing beside the young man acted more like a servant than she did. Lu Jiahui could not think of anyone in Huangting country who could make this vicious and merciless Hanshi River god be willing to be a servant. After Cui Dong casually asked about the internal situation of the Xiang prefecture, he suddenly smiled and asked, Wei Li, this county governor, is Madame Lu's lover, right? In the future he will most likely become Dolly's obstacle. If I want you to kill him personally today, would Madame be willing to do it? Lu Jiahui's mind was blank and her body was tense. Cui Dong chuckled and said, Look at how scared you are. Am I the kind of person who would break up a couple? Lu Jiahui lifted her gaze slightly. She saw the white-robed young man nodding his head and smiling. Yes, I am that kind of person. Lu Jiahui wanted to cry but had no tears. Her face was pale. The young man waved his hand and said understandingly, However, it's too cruel for you to kill him personally. Moreover, the Xiang prefecture is now allied with Dolly. I won't make things difficult for Madame Lu, who has been managing this family business conscientiously. The water god behind me has a normal relationship with Lord Wei. Let him kill him. Lu Jiahui tried her best to hold back the tears that were about to burst out of her eyes. She lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, Lord Imperial Tutor, if Wei Li really wants to die, I'll kill him. There's no need for the water god to do it. Cui Shi sighed as if he was bemoaning the state of the universe and mankind. He muttered to himself, If that's the case, Madame Lu must have a grudge against me and the Li dynasty. Why don't we do this? After you kill your lover, I'll let the water god kill you. At the very least, you can be a pair of dying mandarin ducks. The flirtatious woman raised her head. Her seductive peach blossom eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if she wanted to destroy both the jade and the common stone. The green-robed man took a step forward and sneered. In his eyes, Lu Jiahui and the others were no different from ants who overestimated themselves. The woman suddenly woke up and took a few steps back. Cui Dong, who was sitting cross-legged on the chair, pinched the lid of the cup and gently fanned the tea mist. The fragrance assailed his nose. He closed his eyes and sniffed in an intoxicated manner. Then he slowly opened his eyes and stared at the woman who was fighting in her heart. Cui Dong smiled and clicked his tongue. All living beings are bitter. Love is the most important. On account of this good cup of tea, I'll let Wei Li off. Really, I'm not lying to you. The woman's body went limp and she almost fell. She mustered her last bit of courage and asked timidly, Lord Imperial Tutor, are you really not lying to me? Cui Dong could not help but laugh. What's the point of lying to you? Of course, Lu Jiahui did not dare to believe it. The originally astute woman suddenly lost her soul. Cui Dong said unhappily, Okay, go out. In the future, remember to keep an eye on Wei Li. Don't let him do anything stupid. In the future, whether or not you can become Dolly's wife and whether or not Wei Li can soar in Dolly's officialdom will all depend on you, Lu Jiahui's ability. In this way Lu Jiahui understood. Otherwise, she really would not be able to catch up with the Dolly Imperial Tutor's wild and unconstrained ideas. The feeling of fear had already seeped into her bones. Not only was she afraid of an unpredictable and seemingly weak young man, but she was afraid of the invincible Dolly army. She was afraid of the Dolly Imperial Tutor who was second only to one person. When she thought of their first meeting, the woman only felt that it was a big joke. She even accepted 2,000 taels of silver from him without any qualms. That was probably the hottest silver in the world. Cui Dong saw that she was still stunned and said coldly, Get out. The woman quickly said goodbye and left. When the woman left the secret room, the man in green robe asked, Imperial Tutor, are you really not going to kill Wei Li? Cui Dong had a smirk on his face. Guess. The man in green robe had a headache. He smiled bitterly and said, I really can't guess what Imperial Tutor is thinking. Anyway, I just follow orders. Cui Dong drank a big mouthful of tea and then covered the teacup and put it on the table. He slowly told the truth. I'm not going to kill him. Wei Li, and that he bow under you are talents that I, Dolly, am willing to use in the future. The man in green robe was really caught off guard this time. Use Wei Li. Why was this so? How could a fourth-grade local official of Huangting country with no family background enter the eyes of the imperial tutor of Dolly? Cui Shi ignored the doubts of the water god of Xianxia River, lightly tapped on the table with a finger and said, Next, isn't the autumn harvest coming soon? Your great water mansion will follow the old methods that practice makes perfect, make some accidents happen in this county, make some tragedies that the people can't make a living. When the resentment of the people is about to boil, give Lu Jiahui a chance to pass a message to Wei Li, saying that you, the water god, have promised to help him settle the situation. Yes, Wei Li will definitely be suspicious. It doesn't matter, you can pretend to ask him for money, and have him go to the Ministry of Rights to ask for a horizontal board. In this way, even if he still has doubts for the sake of the people in his territory, he will still nod his head and agree. Then, until the Great Li army is about to march south, you will continue to tease Wei Li like this. When the Great Li army is about to reach the city, when Wei Li is determined to defend the county to his death, you can spread the news that Wei Li colluded with your great water mansion, and deliberately walked step by step to this high position for the sake of reputation. When the time comes, I want to see how many of the 200,000 people in the city will not scold Wei Li for being worse than a pig or a dog, and how many people close to him will still believe him. The green-robed man carefully asked, This is. Cui Dong rolled his eyes and said, Can't you see? I want Wei Li to live a life worse than death. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you are not much smarter than Lu Jiahui. The dignified Xianxia River water god humbly asked for advice like a young child. I sincerely request Imperial Tutor Darren to give me pointers. Cui Dong languid curled up in the chair. Do you know what a true scholar can't stand the most? It's not becoming an official but encountering a bastard and incapable ruler. They have no choice but to speak up for the country and the people, not hesitating to die to remonstrate with the ruler. Then they are beheaded because they have a clear conscience and might even leave their names in history. It's not even being unable to turn the tide when the mountains and rivers are shattered, and they can only watch helplessly as their home and country are destroyed. Because even so they can escape and leave the world. Or they can write some poems of grief and indignation. The thing that is truly unacceptable is. The white-clothed youth shook his head. It's Wei Li and the other true scholars. As disciples of Confucianism for the so-called world peace, they resolutely entered the world. They climbed up in the officialdom and were covered in scars. But in the end they gave the most effort to this world and the most goodwill. But in the end they did not receive the same amount of goodwill. Instead they received malice. What he truly wanted he did not receive a bit, not even a little bit. Let's not talk about the people betraying him. Let's not talk about him letting down the people of his country. In fact, everyone has let him down. Yes, I just want Wei Li to have a taste of this. The green-robed man sighed. Putting yourself in his shoes and thinking about it, it's indeed a life worse than death. He quickly remembered that woman who was deeply in love and sighed. If Wei Li knew about the inside story of today's secret room, he would definitely hope that Lu Jiahui would agree to personally kill him today. Cui Dong covered the teacup with his hand and said expressionlessly, After Wei Li is in complete despair at an appropriate time I will let him know. Because at that time, Lu Jiahui will choose to commit suicide. She will write a suicide note and tell him the whole truth. She will say that she is actually an honored guest of the Great Water residence and is Dolly's spy. She will say that she feels guilty and that she has let down Wei Li. In the end, she will probably say that she loves Wei Li very much. At this moment the green-robed man, as the righteous god of mountains and rivers, actually felt his hair stand on end. A chill ran down his spine. Wei Li is a good seedling. Who knows, he might be one of my favorite disciples in the future. So don't just watch him make a fool of himself. At that time, if he is really determined to commit suicide, you must stop him. Cui Dong smiled and stood up. He turned his head to look at the stiff-faced Xianxia River god and joked. Also, what are you afraid of? You have a good father. After hearing this, the green-robed man's mood was extremely complicated. Cui Dong stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder. He smiled and comforted him. In the depths of your heart, there is killing intent. You may not even know it yourself. But it doesn't matter. You and your father are just slightly bigger ants to me, Cui Dong. Your joys and sorrows, hatred and respect, when I am in a good mood I will take care of them and help to comfort them. When I am in a bad mood you must know that in ancient Shu, there is a kind of rare dragon that likes to eat its own kind. I will. The handsome young man's eyes, without any warning, appeared a strange golden color. It stood erect in his pupils. He used an extremely soft voice and with an innocent face he added, "Eat you all." The green-robed man did not move at all. But his Adam's apple moved slightly. This time he was really sweating. Cui Dong's tiptoe landed back on the ground. He smiled and said, "Look at how scared you are. Go back to your great water residence. In the future you will be the same as Wei Li. You will be our Dolly's distinguished guest. Don't be afraid." The green-robed man did not move even if he was beaten to death. He also did not speak. He had made up his mind to stand in the same place. Previously, Lu Jiahui was rewarded by this guy with the words, "Look at how scared you are." It seemed like the result was frightening without any danger. But in reality, then when he heard the sentence, "Look at how scared you are," it was just a difference of one word. What was the difference? Cui Dong pretended to be enlightened and said apologetically, "You really thought too much this time." The green-robed man only raised his arm and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Cui Dong thought for a moment. He turned around and picked up the teacup. After drinking the last bit of tea, he thought for a moment and put down the teacup. He said softly, "In the future, with the help of your father and I, if you can successfully eat that half in the future and be tightly bound to the throne of Dolly, I believe you can completely relax. You should also know that in this matter, which is almost more important than the great Tao, your father does not have a natural advantage like you. It is the same for me. At that time you will be qualified to be on equal footing with me." The green-robed man was stunned on the spot. Then he lowered his head and cupped his fists. His eyes were burning. He did not say a word because everything was understood without words. Cui Dong waved his hand to drive him away. "Get out." The green-robed man was overjoyed as if he had been granted amnesty. His entire body turned into a cloud of light green mist and whistled away. Cui Dong put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. In the spacious and luxurious secret room, he repeatedly paced in a circle. Finally, Cui Dong raised his head and looked straight at a wall, as if he wanted to see a place far away. "Old man, you're finally gone." Cui Dong narrowed his eyes and smiled. He strode out of the secret room. When Cui Dong tiptoed back to the courtyard, there was still some complacency between his eyebrows. So what if he lost his cultivation? Wasn't he still playing those idiots in the palm of his hand? In the courtyard, Qin Pingon was asking Li Baoping about the construction of the Tomb of the Rich and what to pay attention to. Because Qin Pingon had always thought that when he was rich in the future he would build a small tomb that did not even have a tombstone as well as a better one. Could be imagined that this trip out of isolation was full of disasters for the young Cui Dong. Cui Dong said with a flattering smile, "Teacher, why don't I help you sharpen the blade? As a disciple you're always so idle and don't do your job. I can't sleep and eat well." Qin Pingon glanced at him. Scram. Cui Shi put on an act and sighed heavily, then he straightened his back and bowed respectfully with his hands clasped in front of him. Only then did he bid farewell and turn around before swaggering back to his room while whistling. He was in a great mood. Qin Pingon looked at the guy's handsome back and was a little confused. Was it because he stayed in the well for too long that water entered his brain? 159. After staying at Autumn Reed Inn for 3 days, Lin Shi finally said that there was no point in staying any longer as he could no longer absorb too much spiritual energy. For some reason, every time he breathed in the pavilion for a long time, he would feel a sharp qi emitted by a sharp weapon. His body and spirit could not withstand it. Lin Shi rarely joked and asked Qin Pingon to go to the bottom of the well to see if there were any treasures. Qin Pingon roughly guessed the truth. It must be because of his fight with Cui Dong. The 2 strands of sword qi that left the qi residence had damaged the landscape of the ruins of the old city god. As it involved the sword spirit, Qin Pingon could not say much. He could only take a few more glances at Cui Dong before leaving the inn. The latter had been in a good mood for the past 2 days and walked with a swagger. After Qin Pingon glanced at him, he immediately became more well-behaved. Cui Dong was a little confused and began to reflect on what bad things he had done to deserve retribution. When the group left the inn, there was someone preparing to stay at Autumn Reed Inn. Cui Dong looked straight ahead, but Li Baoping and the other 2 children were surprised. It turned out that it was the old assistant minister of Huangting Kingdom. He had brought his family and servants all the way to the county capital. There were 3 carriages parked in the alley outside the inn. Seeing an old friend in a foreign land, the old assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue laughed heartily, especially when he saw that Li Baoping, Li Huai and the other children had changed their straw sandals into boots and wore new clothes. They were full of vitality. The old man was even more gratified and had to send them out of the city. Among the family of the old assistant minister, there was a graceful woman in simple clothes and a dignified man in a green robe. They were the most eye-catching. The old man introduced them as his eldest daughter and youngest son. He said that they were not good at studying and that it was an extravagant hope to rely on his children to bring honor to the family. Listening to his father's complaints in front of outsiders, the green-robed man remained expressionless. The mature woman smiled as she looked at the young boys, girls, and children. Finally, she fixed her eyes on Yu Lu. The woman's smile became even wider, as if she had accidentally found the most delicious delicacy. The woman coughed uncontrollably and quickly lowered her head. She raised her sleeve to cover her scarlet lips and coughed dryly twice. Inside the wide sleeves, the real scene was a woman secretly swallowing her saliva and licking her lips. Qin Pingon frowned. The tall youth who acted as the coachman smiled as usual and turned to look at Cui Dong. "Young master, when shall we leave?" Cui Dong said indifferently, "Let's go." The old assistant minister laughed heartily and said, "My old body has caught a cold before and I really can't stand the wind and the sun. Let's sit in the same carriage as young Master Cui, and I can ask young Master Cui about the cliff carvings. The 2 of you follow behind. If you don't want to walk out of the city, it's up to you whether you want to take the carriage or not." The 2 carriages drove out of the flowing cloud alley. In the carriage in front, Cui Dong and the old assistant minister sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was heavy. The old man who appeared to be the assistant minister of Huangting country cupped his fists and said, "I came uninvited this time. I hope Lord Imperial Tutor can forgive me." The youth in white with a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows rubbed the jade pendant on his waist with 2 fingers. He stared at the old man impolitely and his words were even more offensive. He said with some regret, "Sui Bin, you were right. I shouldn't have been so reckless." The scholar waved his whip and slowly drove the carriage back to the Autumn Reed Inn. He said softly, "Fortune and misfortune come together. It's not all bad. Knowing the Imperial Tutor's bottom line, it will be easier to deal with him in the future. It's better to suffer a small loss now than to be complacent in the future and be killed without knowing the reason." The green-robed man placed his sister in the carriage and sat behind the scholar. He said angrily, "A small loss. My father lost 300 years of cultivation. With his bad temper, I'll be offended in the future. Others don't know, but you, Sui Bin, don't know how my 7 or 8 brothers and sisters died." The scholar Sui Bin smiled faintly. "It's good that they died. Only 3 of them are left. Those who are alive don't have to die. If it was in the past, I would have to collect the corpse for the water god. I might even have to piece the corpse together. It's a bit troublesome." If Sui Bin, the military advisor behind the scenes, kept comforting him, the green-robed man might become more and more uneasy. He wouldn't even dare to stay in the county city. He might even dare to stay in the Great Water residence. He would have to run a few thousand miles away to avoid the trouble. Now that he heard Sui Bin's sarcastic words, the green-robed man felt more at ease. He glanced at the back of the river god who had the body of a water ghost and thought to himself, no wonder he was together with County Governor Wei Li and was valued by the young imperial tutor. "Don't call me the water god. I'm not used to it. After so many years I've given you extra attention. You've never bowed to me. It's good. Don't be unable to share riches and honor with me." The green-robed man lamented angrily, "Sui Bin, my father has studied for so many years. He's not any less than the scholarly sage. His private library has a rich collection of books. It's even the best in the Yellow Court country. Why is his temper still so bad? Sui Bin smiled. Isn't your father's temper very good to those young scholars? He's really good. The green-robed man was helpless. Sui Bin hesitated for a moment. Actually, the reason why your father is so angry is probably related to the opportunity of the Great Tao. Although you've deliberately concealed this, that Dali Imperial tutor is sure that your father knows about it. Since he can see so far into the future, he might have the intention to drive a wedge between you father and son. The green-robed man was horrified. In the carriage, an unexpected aged voice sounded, Sui Bin, it might not be a good thing for you to be so smart. Sui Bin laughed. Old mister, I was once a scholar. Now I've become a scholar. Since I'm not afraid of death, why should I be afraid of death? The elusive old flood dragon smiled and said, with you assisting this idiot, I'm relieved. The green-robed man was slightly suffocated. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. If it was said that his father looked down on the little river Earl in the past, or that he was carefully hibernating and didn't need outsiders at all, then from now on he would start to conquer the country. Wouldn't it be better to have more civil officials and generals under him? Sui Bin seemed to have seen through the thoughts of the Hanxi River god. He smiled and joked, don't worry, I won't betray you. Even if I become a ghost, I still have this bit of backbone. The old dragon who was sitting in the carriage coldly glanced at his daughter who was curled up in the corner. He turned his head to look at the curtain of the carriage and put on a warm smile that came from the bottom of his heart. I've heard about your daughter. Do you want me to help her become the mountain god of Hengshan? Sui Bin shook his head. That evil creature is worse than a pig or a dog. Just let her live and die on her own. The old dragon laughed heartily. This temper is like mine. The green-robed man outside and the heavily injured woman in the carriage were both filled with desolation. Every family had their own difficulties. Whether it was the Hanxi River god or the founder of Xiang Manor, they were only one step away from the 10th realm. In their own territories they were high above, having the power to kill and seize. They were even more unrestrained than the rulers of the mortal world. But so what? After leaving the county city, the group and the carriage headed west. Cui Dong walked down from the carriage and came to Qin Pingan's side. He first smiled at Li Huai. Do you want to sit in my carriage? It's spacious and comfortable. You can even lie down and sleep. Li Huai was eager to try, but he didn't dare to make a decision. Qin Pingan smiled knowingly. Go. Cui Dong said in a low voice. Mister, learning how to conduct yourself is indeed useful to me. I've benefited a lot. How should I thank you? Qin Pingan nodded. Cui Dong was overjoyed. What did Mister say? Although I can't open the treasure vault in the Fengsuan item and can't take anything out for the time being, the last time I entered the city, I bought all of that prodigal son's belongings. In fact, there were 2 good items. For example, that little glazed figure. It actually has a hidden secret. As long as you infuse it with spiritual energy and genuine qi, it will start to dance vividly. It can also sing melodious songs. Qin Pingan said to him, disappear. Cui Dong was very sad. He left silently and ran to pester Lin Shuyi and Li Baoping. In the end he was rejected. In the end he could only return to the carriage resentfully. Seeing Li Huai happily rolling around in the carriage, Cui Dong squatted at the side and opened a package. He took out the little glazed figure and shook it in front of Li Huai. Do you want it? Li Huai stared fixedly at the peerlessly beautiful glazed woman. She was about half a foot away from him. The child spoke insincerely. Not at all. Cui Dong slightly increased his strength. From the inside of the glazed figure, it emitted a gentle light. Cui Dong then placed it on the floor of the carriage. Soon the glazed figure let out a squeaking sound. After a moment of silence, it suddenly came to life. It even danced gracefully. At the same time, it hummed an unknown ancient song. It was not the official language of the great Sui kingdom of Dali, nor was it the official language of the Aquarius continent. Therefore Li Huai could not understand what she was singing. However, the scene was really pleasing to the eye. The child could not help but lie on the ground and stare at the beautiful figure of the glazed figure in a daze. When the light that overflowed in the glazed figure's body faded, the glazed figure calmed down and returned to its rigid and unmoving state. Cui Dong said patiently, you don't want it even if I give it to you for free? When they went back, he must help carry the fish. In the end, there was an extra pot of delicious stewed fish for dinner. Cui Dong, who thought that he had done well, quickly moved his chopsticks and fought with Li Huai until his face turned red. After eating, he cleaned up the mess with Yu Lu. When they were free, Qin Pingon began to practice his walking stance along the river. Yu Lu borrowed the fishing rod and went to find a place to fish. Lin Shui and Xianxia were playing chess. Li Baoping was engrossed in his book. Li Huai's book box had an extra Liuli beauty, which he won from Cui Dong in a bet. This was not Cui Dong going easy on him. The two of them guessed the number of black and white stones. For the sake of fairness, Yu Lu, who had his back facing the two of them, picked it up. In the end, Cui Dong won 2 and lost 3, losing the Liuli beauty. Not only did Li Huai keep the worm silver, but he also gained another fierce general under his command. Qin Pingon walked all the way and walked very far away. In the end, he sat alone on the cliff by the river bank facing the river wind. On the cliff, with the 18 stop breathing technique, the youth tried to practice his walking stance at the slowest speed. Between movement and stillness, he was calm and composed. Not long after leaving the waterway on a mountain far away from human habitation, they met a group of weak mountain bandits. Lin Shui showed his beginner's thunder technique, and the bandits were scared witless. Qin Pingon went fishing at night and caught a big black fish half the size of a person. He went into the water and successfully caught the rare big fish. Qin Pingon happily returned to the campfire. When he saw Yu Lu, who was on night watch, he grinned and laughed. Yu Lu looked at the guy who was dripping wet and gave him a thumbs up. After that, they passed by a mass grave full of hostility and were besieged by ghosts. Lin Shui, who had gradually mastered the thunder method, showed his might. Every time he attacked, there was a faint sound of thunder. His face was especially bright, and there was a faint purple qi around his body, making him look like a divine general of the thunder tribe. After dozens of ghosts were killed by the thunder technique, a light lit up in the depths of the mass grave. Accompanied by a creepy shout, an enormous palanquin with lanterns hanging from the 4 corners of the palanquin floated over with gloomy air. With Qin Pingon and Xianxia protecting him, Lin Shui, who was not skilled in thunder technique, held on for a while. However, he still could not defeat the local boss of the mass grave in the sedan, a ghost that had cultivated for 100 years and condensed a true spirit. In the end, Yu Lu, who had not made a move, suddenly rushed forward and easily scattered all of the ghost's spiritual energy with a punch, making it disappear into thin air. After that, Lin Shui read more and more frequently. It was as if the entire capital had already emptied out its alleys, having eaten their fill and had nothing better to do. All of them came to watch the bustle. Lin Shui opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. He lifted the curtain and looked at the crowded scene outside the window. The young man sighed. It turned out that being Mr. Qi's disciple was so unusual. The new Cliff Academy moved to the Great Sui Kingdom and was built on Donghua Mountain, the most beautiful place in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The academy was built along the mountain and gradually grew taller. Its scale was far greater than that of the Dali Academy. It was said that the emperor of the Gao family not only invited the most learned scholars of the Great Sui Kingdom, but also sent half of the Ministry of Rites, headed by the left assistant minister, to all the dynasties and states that were on good terms with the Great Sui Kingdom. He personally sent out grand invitations to all the famous scholars. In the end, he invited more than 30 masters of the literary circles of certain countries and famous scholars to Donghua Mountain in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom to be teachers of the new academy. However, from the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom to the common people, everyone knew that the Cliff Academy did not have Qi Jingchun. It was almost like 2 different Cliff Academies. Now that the hill master Qi Jingchun had disappeared without a trace, it was said that she had passed away due to illness. Therefore, whether or not there was a direct disciple of Qi Jingchun's overseeing the academy became the most important thing. Otherwise, it would be difficult to convince the masses without a proper name. Now they were here. They came to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, so the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom felt that the ceremony could not be too grand. Although there were only 3 children, it was enough. They were Lin Shui, Li Huai, and Li Baoping. In addition, there were 2 other students who were not his disciples. Naturally, they were not as important as the first 3, but they were the icing on the cake. Yu Lu, thank you. The streets leading to Donghua Mountain had been cleared. No one was allowed to walk without permission. Therefore, even the children of the rich families only dared to look at the meaningful carriages from the tall buildings on both sides of the road. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, wearing the most formal yellow imperial robe, stood outside the academy at the foot of the mountain. He smiled kindly at the 5 children who came out of the 2 carriages. Behind the emperor was a small group of people with the most power in the Great Sui Kingdom. The entire Donghua Mountain was very strict. There were as many as 6 10th realm Qi cultivators, who were originally aloof from worldly affairs, near Donghua Mountain. They were all hiding in the dark just in case. Li Baoping asked, "Where is youngest uncle?" Everyone including Yu Lu looked at each other. Therefore these children ignored the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. On a street in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, a handsome young man in white was walking backward. He looked at his peer who was carrying a basket and asked curiously, "You have changed your clothes, put on your boots and pinned your hairpin. Why don't you enter the academy with them?" Finally, the youth who was no longer wearing straw sandals was silent. He only looked back. Whether the talented and wise emperor was guilty of Qi Jingchun, or he had other plans, everyone in the Great Sui Kingdom thought that taking over the academy was a good thing. However, the teachers and students of the Cliff Academy, who had started with more than 40 people, were able to leave Dolly's territory without a hitch. Their journey was not smooth but could be said to be fraught with danger. Previously, the new Cliff Academy after the Great Sui Kingdom had invested so much manpower, material and financial resources, was still lacking because of the absence of Qi Jingchun, the founder of the academy, and the lack of enough orthodox characters. Therefore, everything seemed to be ready except for the east wind. Then from today onwards, with the arrival of the 5 students, it could be said that the east wind had entered Donghua Mountain. Halfway up Donghua Mountain, there was a scholar's hall. In the middle hung the portrait of the Confucian sage master. On the left and right were 2 solemn old men who deliberately hid their names. On the right was the portrait of the first hill master of the Cliff Academy, Qi Jingchun. In the hall, there was an old man with a mahogany ferrule on his waist. He respectfully offered 3 sticks of incense to the 3 sages. As he held the incense, the old man lowered his head and said quietly, "Literature carries the Tao and passes on the torch." In the old Cliff Academy where Qi Jingchun was in charge, there was a rule that provided accommodation but not food. Therefore, in the Cliff Academy of Dolly's era, many students from poor families in the north who could enter the academy to study would help the academy copy scriptures to earn money for their meals. Today in the Great Sui Kingdom this rule was not abolished, but there was a lot of leeway. First of all, the students in the academy were the local students of the Great Sui Kingdom. Because they were the first batch, the Great Sui Kingdom's imperial court chose to collect materials from nearby places. Therefore, almost all of them were from the aristocratic families of the Great Sui Kingdom. These people did not lack money. Second of all, the new academy treated the students well. Books, brushes, ink, Confucian robes and many other gifts from the academy were a shocking amount of wealth. Li Huai was the youngest in the group. When they arrived at the dormitory, as his roommates were still in class and had not returned, the child stood alone in the empty house. Li Huai, who had cried once at the foot of the mountain, suddenly squatted on the ground and sobbed. He only felt that he had lost his parents and friends. How could there be such a pitiful child in the world? It was so pitiful that his new clothes were smeared with snot and tears. In the end, Li Huai opened the book box while crying. He only felt relieved after putting on a pair of straw sandals. However, he was afraid that wearing straw sandals would be looked down upon by others, so he put on a new pair of boots again and again. The lonely and helpless child cried again and again. He thought of all the good things about Qin Pingon over and over again. After putting away the book box, Lin Shui went out for a walk alone. The handsome youth with a cold expression walked with firm footsteps. Finally he found a towering library. Because it was newly built, it emitted a faint woody fragrance. Along the way he could always hear the familiar sound of reading. Compared to the school in the small town, there were many more sounds of reading. Lin Shui took a deep breath and walked towards the library. He heard that here it didn't cost a single copper coin to read 10,000 books. Lin Shui suddenly felt a little sad. If that money grubber stayed with them, he would definitely study as hard as he could. After all, that was tantamount to making money. Li Baoping sat in the deserted dormitory. After opening the book box, she found the letter that her youngest martial uncle had written to her. In the letter he said a lot. He said that he was going home and would help her tell her family that she was safe. He would definitely tell her big brother that she had been very obedient and had endured hardships along the way. He said that he had made a hole in the gold fine copper coin and threaded it with a red thread. In the future she must wear it around her neck and not lose it. In case she needed money urgently, she could use it to exchange for silver. In the letter he also said that he had prepared a jade hairpin for her, Lin Shui and Li Huai, as a parting gift. They were respectively engraved with Bao Ping, Shui, and Huayin. Along the way he hadn't helped much. This was a small token of his appreciation. Don't dislike it. If you don't think it looks good, just hide it. Li Huai was timid. In the future look for him to play more. Don't let him be bullied in the academy. Lin Shui had a cold personality. Talk to him more. Don't be so distant. Yulu's boxing was very powerful. Xianxia was also an immortal on the mountain. If there was a conflict, Bao Ping, don't rush to the front. You can ask the two of them for help. Don't be embarrassed. Even if you owe them a favor, youngest uncle will help you pay it back in the future. Youngest uncle has left the whetstone called the dragon beheading platform for you in the book box. But remember to find a place with fewer people when you whetstone in the future. Don't scare your classmates. Also, remember to keep the small silver gourd. At the end of the letter he said that he, the youngest uncle, had left without saying goodbye and didn't enter the academy with them. He wanted to apologize to them. He had come such a long way, but he didn't end it well. It was his fault as the youngest uncle. In the future all of you must study well. When you are successful in the future, youngest uncle can boast to others that he knows Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui, and he knows Chen Pingon. There were so many bits and pieces written in the letter, but every word was written meticulously and methodically. It was neither spiritual nor elegant. It was just like the character and temperament of the young man from Clay Bottle Alley. What was right and what was wrong. Good things should be cherished. No matter how much one cherished them, it was never too much. As she read, the little girl named Li Baoping's tears fell on the letter like the autumn rain of sorrow. It was neither big nor small, but it was sad. The stubborn little girl kept telling herself, don't cry, don't cry. If youngest uncle sees it, he will be sad. On the wide street of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom, the young man in white chattered and laughed. Since you are so reluctant, why did you leave secretly? It was obvious that he was rubbing salt on the wound. Chen Pingon didn't continue after that long look. He kept walking back with a straight face. Cui Dong asked, you are the youngest uncle. Moreover, the identities of Baoping and the others are more important than you think. So he's willing to be a little friendly to you and cast a long line to catch a big fish. Even if he can't catch it in the end, it's not a loss. Cui Dong pursed his lips. If Emperor Dali was replaced by the monarch of any other dynasty, and if Cliff Academy was replaced by any hill master other than Qi Jingchun, they would be like rotten wood struck by lightning, rotting on the spot. Of course, the Great Sui Kingdom has the guts to take over Cliff Academy, which is indeed admirable. Emperor Dali also has mixed feelings about this. You may not believe it, but the Lu dynasty that Wuxia belongs to, although it was recognized as the strongest country in the north of the Aquarius continent before it was destroyed, Emperor Dali only has 3 enemies in his mind. The Lu dynasty emperor is not one of them, but the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao dynasty, whose national strength is slightly inferior, occupies a spot. While Cui Dong was revealing these secrets, Chen Pingon was busy changing into his straw sandals. This made Cui Dong, who was throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person, feel somewhat defeated. Cui Dong asked tentatively, Mister, when you go back, can you also knit a pair of straw sandals for me? I can also have a small bookcase. Chen Pingon carefully put away the pair of sandals, picked up the big bamboo basket and continued on his way. He said unhappily, wearing straw sandals is not for fun. Cui Dong smiled and said, I think it's quite fun. Chen Pingon walked along the side of the official road, looked straight ahead and asked, is reading fun? Cui Dong hesitated for the first time and finally hung the wine pot on his waist, tied it together with the jade pendant, and held the back of his head with both hands. Reading, I've never felt fun since I was young. After walking for a long time in the dusk with the last bit of light, Qin Pingon looked back at the majestic city walls of the great Sui kingdom's capital. Cui Dong, who had been silent all the way, suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Qin Pingon ignored Cui Dong's sarcasm and asked seriously, should I stay in the academy for a few days and see Bao Ping and the others read with my own eyes before leaving? Cui Dong was a little surprised by this sudden question and thought for a while, it doesn't matter if you leave now or later. Cui Dong found that Qin Pingon glanced at him with a look of disdain as if to say, I asked for nothing and you said for nothing. Cui Dong was really a little depressed and said with a face full of grievances, I'm kind enough to help you out of trouble, mister. Isn't it inappropriate? Qin Pingon glanced at the wine pot on Cui Dong's waist, and quickly withdrew his gaze, sighed and then walked faster, burying his head in his journey. Cui Dong's expression did not change, but he was shocked. What, even Qin Pingon had a moment when he wanted to drink. So this young man already knew the taste of worry. In terms of playing chess, planning and calculating, Cui Dong used to think that he was far better than Qi Jingchun. Looking back now, of course he was very wrong. Qin Pingon said in a low voice, Song Jisun has always been very smart. Cui Dong asked curiously, your relationship with him is so strained because he lied to you and violated your oath? Qin Pingon didn't say anything. Cui Dong said with a smile, don't blame me for talking too much. I'm not trying to absolve Song Jisun. I'm just telling you the truth. No matter right or wrong, Song Jisun has his own reasons for this matter. In fact, the reason is very simple. Song Jisun ate well, dressed well and lived well. He was better than you in everything. Later he even had a maid to take care of his daily life. He was proficient in reading, chess, calligraphy and everything else. But the more he was like this, the bigger the knot in his heart became. Qin Pingon finally said, at that time he was misunderstood as the illegitimate son of the construction supervisor. Since he was young he was criticized by the neighbors behind his back. Many people scolded him behind his back. Cui Dong nodded and said, so Song Jisun looked at you every day and thought, why do you Qin Pingon, a poor peasant who almost starved to death, have parents but I Song Jisun don't? I don't even know my mother's name? Cui Dong shook his head and said, the most unbearable thing for Song Jisun is that you, sir, have such a miserable life, but in the eyes of Song Jisun, your neighbor, you seem to be living a happier life than him every day. After eating you go to sleep. After sleeping you get up and do things. This makes Song Jisun feel like his heart is scratching his liver. So when he's unhappy he wants to make you unhappy. He knows what you care about the most, so he wants you to lose it. Qin Pingon remembered that rainy night in Clay Bottle Alley. That was the first time he wanted to kill someone. At that time, Song Jisun was almost strangled to death by him against the wall. Lu Xianyang, who sneaked out of the kiln factory with him, might have been hiding in the distance and accidentally saw that scene. So for the next month, Lu Xianyang didn't dare to talk to him, which made Qin Pingon depressed for a long time. Cui Dong sighed to himself and said, some children have the temperament of a child. The things they get involved in are both terrifying and laughable, but also hateful and pitiful. Because it's not only children who have the temperament of a child. Many important people with high positions can also be immature and unreasonable in some important matters. Qin Pingon put his hands on the sword furnace stance. He didn't practice it, it was purely natural. With a calm face he said, for this matter, of course I hate Song Jisun to death. But the thing that really makes me dislike Song Jisun is not this. Cui Dong was very curious. He couldn't help but turn his head and ask, what do you mean? Cui Dong's smile slowly disappeared and he emptied his hand to drink the last mouthful of wine. For the first time he was absent-minded and muttered, Qin Pingon, do you think people like you aren't scary? A voice came from behind the carriage. I heard it. Cui Dong laughed loudly. Mister's ears are good. You're worthy of being a martial arts genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. In the future you'll unify Jianghu and be invincible. That's just around the corner. The straw sandals youth unhappily replied, I have to thank you. On the way back home they still passed by mountains and rivers. The carriage had already been sold along with the horse. Cui Dong sold it for a high price of 1,500 taels of silver. He then bought himself an exquisite book box and stored all the valuables in the carriage inside. Compared to his previous travels to study, Qin Pingon had more free time to practice the mountain quaking fist and use his time to practice the 18 stops qi circulation method. As long as it wasn't raining heavily, Qin Pingon's walking stance would be exceptionally slow. It was as if he was still practicing with Li Baoping, Li Huai and the others. A white-clothed youth would stand beside him and practice with him. His movements were even more fluid and graceful than Qin Pingon's. Every time there was a high mountain or a flood, Cui Dong would loudly recite the classics of the sages. Although Qin Pingon didn't say anything, he would subconsciously recite it in his heart. The two of them were no longer like that night on the official road outside the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Most of the time they were silent. Cui Dong would occasionally quietly leave Qin Pingon's field of vision. When he came back, his mood would be both good and bad, but Qin Pingon never questioned him. In this way, the master and disciple in name walked from autumn to winter in the unhurried sound of the carriage wheels. The route was very different from when they came. It was chosen by Cui Dong and Qin Pingon didn't object. The two of them also happened to have seen some strange and colorful anecdotes, either from afar or in person. Qin Pingon, who had traveled from Dali to the Great Sui Kingdom, still felt that it was incredible. In a large lake to the east of the Great Sui, the two of them were traveling at night. Under the moonlight, they saw a group of elegant immortals flying in the air. Each of them held a huge iron chain in their hands. Finally, the lake water shook violently, setting off huge waves. The immortals actually lifted a huge rock from the bottom of the lake. It was as big as a mountain. Just like that, they pulled it out of the lake and carried it back to their own sect. Cui Dong explained that there were many spiritual objects in the mountains and rivers. Once the immortal forces on the mountains found them, they liked to use their magic to seize them and bring them back to their sect. They regarded them as exclusive property and used them to help suppress the fate of the mountains and rivers. Cui Dong also laughed and said that the immortal forces had some conscience. They chose to travel at night and were willing to spend money to buy fine iron chains at a high price. Ordinary immortals didn't care about these things and just bought a lot of cheap iron chains. As for whether mortals suffered when the mountain fell on the ground, the local government didn't dare to care. Unless it fell on a big city, there was no way to hide it. In the end, most of the immortal forces would just pay a symbolic compensation. Between the mountains at the junction of the Great Sui Kingdom and the Huangting country, Qin Pingon saw a large school of fish that looked like crucian carps. They were migrating along the mountain roads and were not hindered by the mud. Cui Dong said that those were the mountain cobra carps. They could stay alive for half a month out of the water. 162. Qin Pingon walked out of the city gate and rested on the side of the official road. Not far away there was a tea stall. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment, then went to buy a cup of tea and sat down to drink it. The teenager, who had never regretted anything, began to regret that he had left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom too quickly. Just as Cui Dong had said, what if Bao Ping and the others were bullied when he was not around? Qin Pingon might not have seen much, but he was not ignorant of the good and bad of people. Because he had not lived an easy life since he was a child, he had done everything he could to survive. Therefore Qin Pingon understood the unhappiness of life and the ugly side of people better than Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shi. Especially on the way with Cui Dong, Qin Pingon understood one thing through this cheap student's idle chatter. A high official's hat did not make a person smart, nor did a person with great knowledge become good. Qin Pingon drank tea and looked at the city wall, silently making up his mind. In the Cliff Academy of Donghua Mountain, there was a hall with a plaque that said Song Tao. People liked to call it the teacher's courtyard or the teacher's residence. The current nominal hill master, the minister of rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, was drinking tea. It was rare for him to be free, so he looked relaxed. The 7 or 8 people present were all teachers of the academy and most of them were not young. The 3 deputy hill masters were all present. One of them, a square-faced old man in a Confucian robe, finally could not help but complain, "These children are too mischievous." It seemed that after the word mischievous came out of his mouth, the old man was still angry and added, "Unbearably mischievous." It should be noted that this deputy hill master was not only a great Confucian scholar in charge of large-scale lectures in the new academy, but also a genuine gentleman. The old man's name had long been recorded in a Confucian school. Therefore, his words carried more weight than those of the so-called famous figures in the literary world and masters of the scholarly circles. The Minister of Rites was a short and amiable old man with an ordinary appearance. If it were not for his uniform, it would be hard to imagine that he was a second-rank official in the central government. Moreover, the Great Sui Kingdom's title of heavenly official was given to the Minister of Rites. For example, the Great Sui Kingdom's Ministry of Rites was given to the minister. The short old man did not feel that the deputy hillmaster's words had spoiled his mood. He chuckled and said, "Tell me, how mischievous and mischievous is he?" Lin Shui is extremely talented and his foundation in the Confucian classics is quite solid, but his character. He often skips classes and goes to the library to read miscellaneous books. So what if he reads but he doesn't even have a single Confucian classic? Instead, there are many heterodox Taoist secret manuals. In such a short period of time he has already borrowed 20 or 30 books. What kind of scandal is this? It doesn't mean that a Confucian student can't read Taoist books, but at such a young age, how can he be qualified to talk about comprehending by analogy? If he goes astray, how can he explain to the original mountain lord? The short old man nodded slightly and drank his tea at a significantly slower speed. The more the deputy hillmaster spoke, the angrier he became. And that little girl, Li Baoping, is even more undisciplined and out of control. In class, she often goes on a mental journey and doesn't know how to respect her teachers. If she's not reading that mountainous travel book, she's drawing little figures in the book. Well, she's even using the martial arts techniques of the barbarian. The short old man held back his laughter and did not comment. He lowered his head and drank his tea. The deputy hillmaster continued, "The youngest, Li Huai, is honest and dutiful. He doesn't skip classes and doesn't cause trouble. He does all the homework that the teacher gives him, but his comprehension is really... Why do I feel like he's a blockhead? During class he dozes off and drools all over the table. He doesn't look like a direct disciple of the original hillmaster. I'm so worried." A relatively younger deputy mountain chieftain joked, "Minister, many of our mountain chieftain Lu's whiskers have been broken." The old man with a square face retorted seriously, "Only the deputy hillmaster." The short old man laughed heartily. After putting down his teacup he asked, "Is there no good news? If this continues, I won't dare to come again next time." The old man with a square face was in a better mood. He nodded and said, "There is. It's strange. But Yu Lu and Xianxia are outstanding. They're more like pure scholars of our Confucian school. They treat people normally and respect their teachers. Especially Yu Lu, he's gentle, respectful, and thrifty. He's simply the son of the top tycoon in the Great Sui Kingdom. He seems to be more worthy of cultivation." The short old man was still not in a hurry to make a conclusion. He smiled and looked at a tall old man who had been secretly dozing off. "Elder Mao, what do you think?" The tall old man with a long piece of mahogany at his waist was called. He shivered and opened his eyes in confusion. "What? Minister, you're leaving? You don't want to stay a little longer?" The Minister of Rites was still smiling. "Since Elder Mao wants me to stay a little longer, then I'll stay a little longer." The headmaster's courtyard was suddenly filled with laughter. The short old man patiently recounted the vice mountain chieftain's complaints in a concise manner. After the tall old man with the surname Mao heard it, his face lit up in realization. "I see. Then I do have a few words to say." The short old man joked, "We're all ears." The tall old man sat up straight and asked, "Is Qi Jingchun more knowledgeable or are all of you more knowledgeable?" There was complete silence. "Wasn't this nonsense?" The tall old man asked again, "Then is Qi Jingchun more knowledgeable or are all of you better?" Well, it was still nonsense. The square-faced deputy hillmaster thought for a moment and did not directly refute. Instead he lowered his voice and asked, "Elder Mao, the Pearl Grotto Heaven is now the county seat of Dali's Longquan County. It's only so big. It's said that there are only 5,000 to 6,000 people in total. There are definitely not many children suitable for learning. Could it be that Mr. Qi really doesn't have a choice there?" The tall old man was Mao Xiaodong of the academy. When Dali's Cliff Academy was founded, it was this man who helped St. Qi Jingchun build it up bit by bit. No matter whether it was cultivation, seniority, or moral knowledge, he was worthy of being called the #1 person in the academy. Therefore everyone, including the Minister of Rites, was willing to respectfully address him as Elder Mao. After hearing Deputy Hill Master Lu's question, Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, "Of course it's possible. And it's not just a possibility, it's the absolute truth." The group of people was dumbfounded. Mao Xiaodong looked around. It's the Great Sui Kingdom that needs these children. It's best if all of them are geniuses and shine brightly. When they grow up, they'll take the initiative to choose to stay in the Great Sui Kingdom so that they can be proud of you and help you slap Dolly's face. I don't have such boring thoughts. The Minister of Rites hurriedly coughed twice, then naturally went to pick up his teacup and lowered his head to drink tea. The tall old man did not care about this and continued to speak without restraint. If it were me, those little fellows personally taught by Qi Jingchun will eat and drink as they please. If they want to learn, then they can learn. If they want to slack off, then they can slack off. If they don't, then I can't be bothered to care. As the Deputy Hill Master in charge of the academy, I have so many students under me, and there will only be more every year in the future. Where would I have the time and energy to listen to your complaints about these children climbing trees, skipping classes and drawing figurines? Everyone in the hall looked at each other. The short old man sitting on the main seat continued to drink tea calmly. In fact, there was no tea left in his teacup. The tall old man smiled and stood up. "I'm going to take a look at the matter of Chong Wenlane's book engraving. This is a big matter, so I have to keep an eye on it. I won't be drinking tea with you, Minister." The short old man took the opportunity to stand up and said with a pleasant expression, "Then I won't delay your teaching." Mao Xiaodong complained, "Minister, it's not too late to leave after drinking tea." The tall old man tiptoed slightly and glanced at the teacup. "Oh, it's finished." "Really, Minister, drink another cup. Give the academy some face, won't you? If word gets out, people will think that we don't like you. That's not good. What if the Ministry of Revenue deliberately deducts the money needed for the book engraving in Chong Wenlane for heavenly officials' sake? Who can I complain to?" The minister, who was almost a head shorter than Mao Xiaodong, put his hands together and said with a bitter face, "Elder Mao, please forgive me. You're the Hill Master and I'm the Deputy Hill Master, okay?" "No." Mao Xiaodong laughed and turned to leave. After the tall old man left, the short old man looked helpless and said angrily, "I originally wanted to hide in peace. Well, in the end I still have to be scolded. We're still family, so I won't dare to come again." There was a burst of laughter in the headmaster's courtyard. Even the square-faced Deputy Hill Master could not help but laugh. The atmosphere was harmonious. Mount Donghua in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom was not at all lofty compared to the other 5 mountains. It was only because it was taller among the shorter ones that it looked particularly tall and graceful. There was a 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree at the top of the mountain. After a girl in a red cotton-padded jacket finished her days, she hugged the tree trunk familiarly and slid down. In the end, she saw an old pedant who was waiting for her. He was really tall, squinting his eyes and smiling slyly. The old man did not look like a good person. The tall old man asked, "At this time, are you skipping class again?" The girl was honest. "Yes. I know the academy has its rules. I accept the punishment." "Is fishing interesting?" Yulu nodded and smiled. "It's interesting." Xianxia asked, "What's interesting about it?" Yulu smiled and answered, "You'll be happy when the fish takes the bait. Even if the fish runs away in the end, you'll still be happy." Xianxia was a little angry. Yulu stared at the lake and held back his laughter. He said, Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I'm practicing martial arts." Yulu slowly explained, "Let's not talk about holding the rod. Just my sitting posture is very particular. I have to be as still as a mountain and as moving as a river. When the fish takes the bait, my entire body will change in an instant. It's in line with the Taoists' yin and yang reversal. There's a martial arts secret book that says that when you're still, there's nothing that's not still. When you move, all the bones will follow. That's why I'm fishing like this. It can nourish my bones and replenish my vitality." Xianxia was skeptical. Yulu didn't look at the girl from beginning to end. "If you say that I've never practiced martial arts, you're not wrong. I've never practiced fist stances. But if you say that I've always been practicing martial arts, you're not wrong either. When I'm eating, sleeping, walking, and now when I'm fishing, I'm thinking about those secret martial arts books. One of the benefits of being born into a good family is that the secret martial arts books in your family, even if the quality isn't too high, there aren't many mistakes. And in many fist techniques and sword techniques, there are many places that seem to contradict themselves. But in fact there's a lot of knowledge. It's especially fascinating. Xianxia sat on the ground and hugged her knees. She looked at the slender fishing rod. It's a pity that you don't cultivate in the mountains. Yilu felt wronged. Hey Miss Xia. You shouldn't expose people's scars like that. Xianxia was silent for a moment and said, I'm finally living a peaceful life. But my heart feels uneasy. What about you? The girl asked and answered her own question. It doesn't matter where you're, Yilu. In this aspect I'm far inferior to you. Yilu turned his head without warning and shook his head. I like to watch the fire alone. Xianxia was puzzled. Why? Yilu turned his head again and stared at the lake. I don't know. I just like it. Xianxia smiled. Then do you like her? The girl who almost became the crown prince's wife? Yilu was expressionless at first, but soon he smiled. He didn't answer the question. Miss Xia, here we have to be careful with our words and actions. Xianxia smiled insincerely. Li Huai came to me before to show off his jade hairpin. You don't have it? Yilu smiled. You don't have it either. It's not strange that I don't have it. But it's not right that you don't have it. You're such a beautiful girl. Xianxia's face darkened. Please be careful with your words. Yilu suddenly shook his wrist and the fishing rod bent in a beautiful arc. His 3 roommates, who were only slightly older than him, were chatting in a group and completely ignored him. They only glanced at Li Huai with ridicule and disdain. This little country bumpkin from Dolly was not good at studying and talked vulgarly. His whole body exuded a rustic aura. He treated his broken bookcase as a treasure. More importantly, there were more than one pair of straw sandals hidden in the bookcase. Li Huai quietly walked to the doorstep of the dormitory and squatted there to draw circles. Not long after, Li Huai saw Li Baoping rushing in aggressively with the saber called auspicious symbol in her hand. Li Huai was so frightened that he almost couldn't stand up. When he finally stood up, his legs were weak. He swallowed and whispered, Baoping, do we need to bring a saber to fight? Li Baoping glared at him and pushed Li Huai away. She strode into the dormitory alone. You don't need one for fighting, but do you need one for getting beaten up? Get out of my way. Although Li Huai was sweating in fear, he gritted his teeth and quickly caught up with her. He shouted, Li Baoping, wait for me. Li Baoping looked at the 3 guys and raised the saber in the scabbard. She said coldly, who stole Li Huai's clay figurine? Take it out. The 3 of them were dumbfounded at first and then burst into laughter. Li Baoping was even angrier. Who hit Li Huai? Come out. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they rolled their eyes. Li Baoping held the saber and gave the 3 little bastards a good beating. Although Li Baoping was not tall, her strength was built up from a young age. In addition, she had practiced martial arts with Chen Pingon all the way. They traveled through mountains and rivers together, so it was easy for her to deal with her peers who were not even as good as embroidered pillows. In addition, when 2 armies were facing off, momentum was very important. Li Baoping's first move was already shocking enough. She moved extremely fast and swept the scabbard across, ruthlessly slapping a boy about 10 years old on the cheek. The boy directly spun on the spot. Then she chopped down with the scabbard, smashing the second pitiful creature into crying. The third one did not dare to fight back and hurriedly ran away. Li Baoping caught up with him, flew up and kicked him in the back. His whole body crashed into the bed. He was in pain and scared, so he simply lay there and pretended to be dead. Li Baoping's gaze swept over and pointed at them with the end of the scabbard. Today you will obediently take back that clay figurine set and give it to Li Huai. In the future, if anyone dares to bully Li Huai, I will beat you until even your parents won't recognize you. I, Li Baoping, am a woman of my word. Li Baoping saw a guy quietly raising his head to look at her. She raised her arm and was about to smash him with the scabbard. The guy was so frightened that he quickly retreated. Li Baoping sneered and turned around angrily. In the end, she saw Li Huai standing at the doorstep. She was furious. Li Huai, look at how cowardly you are. In the future, don't call me young martial uncle. If you dare to call me that again, I will beat you again. As if his sore spot had been poked, Li Huai squatted on the ground, hugging his head and sobbing. Glancing at Li Huai from the corner of her eyes, Li Baoping seemed to be even angrier than when she had arrived. Holding her saber, she left in a huff. Inside the house, a boy with a swollen head said in exasperation, "This matter is not over. I want you, little shrew, to know who you beat up." 2 days later. In the teacher's courtyard, the square-faced Vice Hill master slapped the armrest of his chair. Lawless. Preposterous. In public, from the young to the old, they actually dared to fight in public. Not a single one is left out. No one is to interfere in this matter. I would like to see how terrible our Great Cliff Academy, the seat of learning where the hope of the Great Sui Kingdom lies, can be. The rest of the people looked at the tall old man who, for the first time, did not close his eyes and doze off. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. So be it. Someone mustered up the courage to ask in a low voice, "Elder Mao, what is it?" The tall old man's face was indifferent, as if he was speaking in riddles. "That's it." With his attitude, even the square-faced scholar with the status of a gentleman felt a chill run down his spine. "163. Cui Dong, dressed in fluttering white robes, walked through the streets and alleys and finally found the residence where the pavilion was located. It was indeed a prestigious residence. 2 stone lions stood guard, the threshold was extremely high and the gate was tightly shut. However, the strange thing was that the 2 words Zhilon were hung on the wall of this residence, not the Zhang residence or Qian residence. The pavilion where Cui Dong had seen the strange phenomenon should be the private library of this family. Its height was almost as high as the Kuishing Pavilion of the Confucian Temple in the city. It was certainly not an ordinary wealthy family. The closer he got to this Zhilon residence, the more clearly Cui Dong felt that a storm was coming. This feeling was like a cloudy day before a rainstorm, making one feel suffocated. Between heaven and earth, in addition to the awe-inspiring righteousness that the Confucian school worshipped, there were many other formless qi. Generally speaking, there were clear and impure qi. The former was spiritual and was beneficial to cultivation, while the latter was impure and impure, damaging the soul. Places such as mass graves, ancient Jingguan temples, and battlefield ruins all had their own mysteries. Not all of them were impure qi. In the world, the blessed land that was beneficial to cultivation was like a room of orchids. It refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. Cui Dong put his hands behind his back and leisurely walked up the stairs. A middle-aged gatekeeper walked out from the side door. Seeing the extraordinary bearing of the youth in white, he did not dare to neglect him and respectfully inquired about his identity. Cui Dong said that he was a loose immortal who relied on slaying demons and devils to accumulate merits. When he was outside the city, he saw that something was wrong with the residence and that there might be a bloody disaster, so he came to help. The gatekeeper only took it as a joke. Speaking of whether or not there were spirits and ghosts in the world, the gatekeeper knew that there were, because his own residence had raised many harmless spirits and ghosts. But to say that there were evil spirits and ghosts that dared to cause trouble in the city, especially in their Zhilon residence, that would be the biggest joke under the heavens. Who did not know that the 4 people in the mansion, father and sons, were all recognized as immortals among immortals, especially the youngest son, Chao Shishan. Rumor had it that just last year he became the sect leader's direct disciple of an immortal family on a mountain, and was proficient in both flying sword and thunder technique. Cui Dong, who was regarded as a liar, was not annoyed. He continued to explain patiently, "Your house has done a good job of hiding wind and gathering water. The layout of the library is also the best. It is where the eye of the formation is located. In addition, there are probably many rare books that have been personally stamped by sages and gentlemen in the library. Therefore, after a long time, it is easy to gather spiritual qi. Ordinary demons and ghosts do not dare to come here. However, some timid and gentle creatures who like to live with people will grow up smoothly." The gatekeeper looked a little impatient. He asked Cui Dong to leave quickly, saying that he did not have time to listen to this young man's nonsense. Cui Shi stretched out his hand and gently pushed away the gatekeeper's hand. He smiled and said, "But the library of this mansion is indeed a little strange. There is a big python inside. It might have been there since the beginning, but its origin is unknown. It might have been invited in later. If I'm not wrong, it should be a fire python. Recently, It has been shedding its skin for the second time. The next time it sheds its skin, it should be formed by water. Once it succeeds, it will become a big flood dragon. No one knew how many demons were killed. Cui Dong continued to walk. The middle-aged man in bronze armor stretched out his hand and stopped his two sons who wanted to teach the uninvited guest a lesson. His eyes signaled for them to calm down and not act rashly. He clasped his fist and said, "This one is Zhou Xian. May I know why the honored guest has come to our door?" Cui sure didn't stop walking and said lazily, "I've used up all my good temper at the entrance. Now I'm going up the stairs. If you're determined to stop me, don't blame me for not telling you the ugly truth. I'll wipe out your entire family. I won't do such a thing now, but I'll kill the three of you and destroy your corpses. At worst, I'll explain to my husband that you died in the battle between the snakes. I won't have any psychological burden. Maybe I'll even shed a tear of sympathy for you in front of my husband. Alas, who asked me to have such an old-fashioned husband?" The middle-aged man held the handle of the long saber at his waist. His armor was flowing with a layer of thick yellow halo. He said sternly, "Do you really think the Chao family of Yilan is a soft egg that can be trampled on?" Cui Dong spat, "How dare you call yourself Yilan? You have so many good books at home, but you don't let your descendants learn the teachings of the saints. Instead you play with spears and sticks. What's more, you dare to collude with the monster and let him steal the library to absorb the fragrance of books. That's fine, but you know that the day the fire python molts is the day the water snakes in the river fight to the death. You didn't remind the people in the city to leave the city to hide. Instead you deliberately used a trick to hide the scene of the thunder clouds descending and the fire python climbing the building. Do you know that this sudden battle between water and fire will kill at least thousands of people in the city?" Cui Dong felt wronged when he said this. He muttered, "Sir, it's all your fault. I'm a little addicted to the habit of talking nicely." A tall young man holding a silver spear said with a grin, "Father, don't talk nonsense with this guy. Let me kill him. How dare he ruin the Chao family's century-old great cause of dominating a province. He deserves to die." Cui Dong laughed and pointed at the tall young man, "I like your bad temper." Before he finished speaking, a drop of blood appeared between the young man's eyebrows. The tall young man was about to use his supernatural power to enhance the magic weapon silver spear in his hand when he felt a slight pain between his eyebrows. Just as he was about to reach out to wipe it, he collapsed to the ground. There was no dying breath or painful wail. He died directly. The middle-aged man's armor shone even brighter. His whole body seemed to be shrouded in yellow clouds. His other scholarly son was chanting incantations, forming hand seals with his fingers and using the astral steps. He was very busy, and soon a string of dazzling words appeared beside him. They were white and bright and connected from head to tail, forming a full moon that protected him within. Not only that, a small fire python wrapped in flames appeared in the air, quickly circling around the young man. There was also a simple tall crown on his head that released a 5-colored light, and then it sprayed out like spring water, enveloping the young man's surroundings. Inside and outside, up and down, layers of defense were used. Cui Dong was amused by the young man's life-saving methods. "You're really afraid of death. It's good that you're afraid of death." Still, there was no movement. A cinnabar also appeared between the young man's eyebrows. He died instantly. Cui Dong smiled and said, "Since you've become a ghost, you don't have to be afraid of death anymore. Don't thank me." The middle-aged man ran away. Cui Dong didn't even bother to chase after him. He was so lazy that even killing him was troublesome. Cui Dong wasn't in a hurry to enter the library. Instead, he stood outside the door. The wine pot at his waist was quite heavy and filled with wine. On the way here, Cui Dong bought another 2 kilograms of loose wine. After leaving the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, he finished the wine pot. At that time there were still a few bottles of good wine in the carriage. However, he couldn't put his head into the wine pot to drink. Cui Dong didn't throw away the wine pot. After some time he developed some feelings for it. Since then he had been buying loose wine from the roadside wine shops. He had no choice. Now Cui Dong had to borrow money from Qin Pingon. He didn't have much money. He had a mountain of gold and silver, but he couldn't enter it. Before he became a level 5 Qi refinement warrior, Cui Dong could only stare helplessly. Cui Dong took off the wine pot and took a big gulp. He walked forward and crossed the threshold. The fire python that sensed the threat had already retreated into the library. The lightning and thunder clouds in the sky weakened a little. Cui Dong walked to the stairs on the first floor and sighed. Young people don't know what it's like to be worried. They love to go up, 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 up. When Cui Dong reached the 5th floor, he didn't go up anymore. He sat on the stairs with a gloomy look. He was unwilling to go to the top no matter what. Between the 4th and 5th floors, a huge scarlet head slowly popped out. Its eyes were as black as ink. It carefully looked at the resourceful but ruthless young man in white. Cui Dong turned to look at the fire python and said regretfully, "If there was someone like you in my family who could talk to me and relieve my boredom, I might not be like this today." The fire python gently put its chin on the floor and made a humble gesture of listening. It understood human nature very well. Compared to the Chao father and son who had the ambition of conquering the land of a province, it was obvious that this beast had a better vision. Cui Dong smiled and asked, "I interrupted your path to immortality and caused you to miss the right time, right place and right people. Aren't you angry?" The fire python shook its head slightly. The whole 5th floor shook and dust flew everywhere. Cui Dong nodded and said, "You have the root of wisdom. If you insist on shedding, the water snake in the river will have a much higher chance of success than you. By then your hundreds of years of hard work will be reduced to a wedding dress for others." On the stairs higher than where Cui Dong was sitting, there was a 6 or 7-year-old boy in green clothes. He squatted on the stairs handle and looked at Cui Dong's back. He clicked his tongue and said, "Wow, you outsider boy. Not only are you ruthless and vicious, but you also have a good vision. You know how powerful I am." The fire python was shocked. It resisted the urge to hide downstairs with great difficulty. Its whole body was trembling slightly. Without the protection of the Chao father and son, now it had to forcibly stop the shedding process. It was at its weakest stage. And that guy even sneaked into the Chao family. How could it be his opponent? Cui Dong turned his head and said with a smile, "Naughty boy." The boy in green clothes was at a loss. He stretched out his finger with sharp nails and pointed at himself. "Boy, are you talking about me?" The next moment the boy in green clothes covered his forehead with both hands. Blood constantly seeped out from between his fingers. He fell from the railing to the 5th floor and rolled on the ground. The whole library began to shake. Cui Dong took out something from his sleeve and said in a bad mood, "All right, stop pretending. If you continue to be so naughty, I'll really let you go see the king of hell." The boy in green clothes suddenly stopped rolling. After getting up, he patted his sleeves and asked, "What do you want?" "I have a good relationship with the river god outside the city. We have been brothers for more than 200 years. Compared to this little girl that even the city god doesn't dare to meet, I'm much, much better. Your cultivation is not bad. You have the qualifications to be my guest. If you help me today and let me eat it in the future within 1,000 miles of the city, you can kill whoever you want." The green-clothed boy seemed to be choked by someone, unable to utter a single word. He stared fixedly at the item in the white-clothed youth's hand, scared out of his wits. His legs began to tremble and the fire python turned into a little girl in a pink dress. Her body curled up at the staircase as she trembled. Cui Dong held an ancient inkstone in his hand. There was an old thin dragon that was less than an inch long on it. If one listened carefully, one could actually hear the faint sound of sleeping. To the green-clothed boy and the fire python of the library, the sound of sleeping soundly, which a mortal teacher would not find strange, was scarier than thunder in their ears. Cui Dong lowered his head and pinched a shining embroidery needle with 2 fingers. He rubbed it on the edge of the ancient inkstone, causing a series of sparks, as if he was using the inkstone to sharpen its edge. Cui Dong held out the inkstone, "Come in obediently." The fire python turned into a little girl in a pink dress and leaned against the wall. After getting up with difficulty, she did not dare to move. The boy in green clothes asked, "Are there any benefits?" Cui Dong nodded and smiled, "Yes, for example, to live." The boy in green clothes said "good" in a deep voice. Then he broke through the window of the 5th floor and flew out. Then, a ray of golden light that was 2 to 3 feet long followed him closely and flew out of the window to the east of the city together. A moment later, in the great river to the east of the city, there were raging waves. Blood splashed in all directions from time to time. Qin Pingon, who was drinking tea at the city gate, immediately paid the bill and rushed into the city. In the end, he found that there was not even a guard at the gate of the Orchid Mansion. Qin Pingon went all the way without any obstructions. In the end, he arrived at the towering pavilion and just happened to see Cui Dong personally holding a little girl in a pink dress and walking out. Probably for the sake of enjoyment, Cui Dong transferred the book box to the little girl with a slender figure. His hands were empty except for the wine pot at his waist. Cui Dong patted his head and asked the little girl with the book box to take a few ancient books with the most spiritual energy. Then he sat on the threshold of the library and drank wine. He raised his head and smiled. "Sir, go ahead. I'm listening." Qin Pingon asked, "Do you know why I asked you to return to Longquan County with me?" Cui Dong drank wine and wiped it with the back of his hand. "I know. You're afraid that I don't have a good memory, or that I have ill intentions and will cause trouble in the Great Sui Kingdom's new Cliff Academy. You're worried about Li Baoping and the other two. That's why you'd rather not be able to sleep peacefully than let anything happen to those children." Qin Pingon looked at Cui Dong. Cui Dong said helplessly, Hey, is it that hard to guess the answer? Sir, please don't look at me like that. Even the slightest bit of surprise is an insult to me, Cui Dong." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and finally said, "If you're willing to sincerely protect them from today onwards, I'll agree to let you be my student." Cui Dong raised the wine pot high. "It's a deal." Qin Pingon frowned and said, "Forget it." "Just because I agreed too quickly?" Cui Dong sneered, "Don't be in a hurry to go back on your word. The moment I sneaked out of the carriage with you, I already guessed this step. I'm not overjoyed at all, but the result of careful consideration for a long time. So don't think that I'm patronizing you, Qin Pingon. You may not believe it, but my staying in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom was originally a chess move that I made myself. Do you think it's fun for me to play chess with myself all the way here? I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. That's Dolly playing chess with the Great Sui Kingdom. This game of chess is related to the fate of the two great dynasties." Cui Shi sighed. "But then again, it's not my style to put myself in danger and play the hero in a tiger's den. But there's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm the one who caused this mess. I might not feel at ease leaving it to others to clean up." Cui Dong said with a bitter face, "Sir, if I really die in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom," Qin Pingon said seriously, "I'll try my best to build a cenotaph for you." Cui Dong was stunned and whispered, "Damn, he even knows about the cenotaph. Following Li Baoping and Lin Shi all the way, I didn't study for nothing." "Haha, as expected of my teacher, he learns quickly." Qin Pingon asked, "By the way, is it Cui Dong or Cui Dongshan on the tombstone?" Cui Dong's face was full of fear. "Ba ba ba." Then Cui Dong said with a smile, "I knew that you would take this step, so I even prepared a farewell gift as your student. The girl just now was born in a fire python and grew up absorbing the fragrance of books since she was young. She has a very docile personality and is most suitable to be your little attendant in the future. The other one has a similar background and has a more violent personality. On the way back to Longquan County, you need such a person who can fight by your side and help you cross mountains and rivers. Liju Grotto Heaven is still very tempting to them. In the future, when they enter your territory, they can't be disobedient. However, I need you to wait for a moment." "164. The girl in pink ran out of the attic with a large stack of ancient books in her arms. When she saw this scene, she looked at Qin Pingon with some fear in her eyes. At the same time, a little boy in blue fell from the sky. His clothes were ragged and he was in a sorry state. A wisp of golden light flowed around him, like a fierce soldier escorting a criminal. The little boy in blue lay on the ground, panting. He wiped the blood off his face and turned to look at the unknown dragon. The hostility in his eyes could not be dispelled. This was not strange. He had been tyrannical in the river outside the city for hundreds of years. Suddenly he was beaten into a stray dog. It was natural that he would be furious. Cui Dong snapped his fingers. The wisp of golden light flew back into his sleeve like a swallow returning to its nest. Seeing that Qin Pingon was somewhat puzzled, Cui Dong smiled and said, "Sir, do you remember that outside Yefu Pass when I was bragging to you about how generous the gift for becoming my disciple was? I mentioned this temporarily ownerless natal flying sword called Golden Autumn. It is of good quality and does not require a high level of cultivation to control it. Can be used at will. Cui Dong grinned, rather pleased with himself. The previous owner of this flying sword was once a fully deserving sword immortal of the Central Plains. He was a chess fanatic. Perhaps his brain was stuck in a door. He actually wanted to change his path from sword cultivation to chess. Unfortunately, his chess skills were not good enough. He gambled his life with me and lost to my flying sword. But in the end he wanted to cut off all means of retreat and did not want to have anything to do with this flying sword. Qin Pingon asked curiously, then can Lin Shui use this golden autumn? Cui Dong looked like he had a toothache. Sir, you are not so biased. Of course Lin Shui can use it, but it will be a waste for him to refine and use it. I am willing to give it to you as a student, but I am absolutely unwilling to give it to an outsider like Lin Shui. The girl in pink and the boy in blue looked at each other in tacit understanding. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. Central Plains sword immortal chess gambling. When these words were strung together, it was enough to shock the world. Qin Pingon looked around and did not see anything strange. He prepared to leave and continue on his journey. Sir, please wait a moment. Let me explain the reason first so that you will not have any problems on your journey home. Cui Dong thought for a moment and then took out the ink slab that was originally the treasure of the Crouching Dragon Crouching Monastery. He ordered the Huang Tinghua. Huang Tinghua, quickly put your real body. My patience is not very good. If you dare to delay, don't blame me. Before he said a few words, Cui Dong's killing intent rose. He just wanted to slap the boy in blue to death. Out of sight, out of mind. After all, according to the plan of the Longquan County, it was enough to be able to establish a relationship with the old flood dragon. The fire python and water snake in front of him did not have high cultivation and had not even completed the transformation into a flood dragon. They were far from the Hanxi River god of the Grand Water Mansion. In the end, their capture was just a small addition to the brocade. At the beginning, now that the treasure house in the Fengtsuan item could not be opened, he wanted to subdue these two little guys for his sir. Even if they were useless, he could keep them by his side in the future to help guard the mountain. Coupled with the special background of Lizhu Wonderland, it was barely feasible. Therefore Cui Dong really did not care about their life and death. Now that his teacher was already a teacher and the students were already students, Cui Dong was very clear about Qin Pingon's character. He was really a stone in the latrine pit, smelly and hard. If he did not recognize him, even if he gave him 10,000 fire pythons and water snakes, it would be useless. Now that he recognized him, it was not a problem to lose the two insignificant little guys. Thinking of this, Cui Dong had mixed feelings. Dealing with Qin Pingon was really tiring. It felt more strenuous than moving the 5 mountains. However, when he crossed the invisible threshold of seeking Tao, he had a very strange feeling. Could actually make a scheming person like the Dali Imperial tutor have some peace of mind. Seeing the golden light flowing out of the white-clothed youth's sleeves, the little boy in green hurriedly got up and kowtowed. Please spare my life, immortal master. I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for you, immortal master. Even if I die, I will not regret it. The little girl in pink who had read tens of thousands of books in this Xilon prefecture's library felt ashamed to be associated with him. She was not the kind of monster who spoke without thinking. She stammered, not knowing what to do. Cui Dong could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the little water snake cub. He raised the inkstone. I will count to 3. The little girl in pink hesitated for a moment. A small fire python as thin as a thread darted out from between her eyebrows and swept into the inkstone. Then her face turned pale and her body swayed. Seeing this, the little boy in green could only sigh like an old man. He nagged, forget it, forget it. A wise man submits to circumstances. He fumed and finally condensed into a small dark green snake that was slightly thicker than the fire python. It flew into the inkstone. The python and the snake curled up in the inkstone, not daring to move at all. After all, at the edge of the inkstone, there was an old dragon sleeping soundly. That was the ancestor of monsters like them. It might even be as far away as 18 generations. Cui Dong put away the inkstone that Dali's men of sacrifice had given him halfway and sneered. Don't be ungrateful. You are only under a little restriction, but you can use it to improve your realm. If it were a monster of the dragon species from another continent, if the two of you were placed in front of them, they would have long begged and kowtowed to the point of breaking their heads. The little girl in pink who had grown up in this small area of the library bowed and expressed her gratitude. The little boy in green who had always been free and unfettered and had a wild nature curled his lips, disapproving. Cui Dong turned a blind eye to this and said with a playful smile, "Do you know Dali's Longquan County? That is the place after Liju Grotto heaven fell. My master is a rich man there. He owns 5 mountains and has collected a lot of snake gall stones full of spiritual aura. This thing is condensed from the spiritual blood of the last real dragon in the world." With his back to the girl, Yu Lu waved his hand and left. On the way here, Qin Pingon guarded the first half of the night and I was responsible for the second half of the night. It used to be like this and it should be like this in the future. Li Huai was a little confused. Li Baoping opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Shuyi. Yu Lu wouldn't be looking for trouble with that hypocrite, right? Lin Shuyi was skeptical. I don't think so. Xianxia wondered, but I feel like he's looking for trouble. Li Zhongying liked to read and was good at it. Not only did he have a photographic memory, but he could also draw inferences about other things. He was a true scholar. Therefore, the new library of Cliff Academy was his favorite place to stay. There was no curfew in the library. Late that night, Li Zhongying was reading alone by candlelight. He suddenly looked up and smiled. "You're Yu Lu, right? Do you need something from me?" Yu Lu put his hands in his sleeves. The tall young man habitually bowed and nodded with a smile. Yes. Dressed in a scholarly robe, Li Zhongying stood up with a smile on his face. "Please speak." Yu Lu stretched out a hand from his sleeve and threw a bag full of silver to Li Zhongying. Li Zhongying was puzzled. This is... Li Zhongying's body suddenly tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. He saw the tall young man who always gave people the impression of being polite and harmless slowly walk forward with a bright smile. "If the money for your medicine is not enough, please allow me to owe you first. First set a small goal such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House mobile version reading website." (166). Li Zhongying saw the tall young man walking towards her. Although she was vigilant, a surge of great spirit appeared in her body. Her sleeves fluttered slightly. This great Sui kingdom's youngest Confucian sage still said with a pleasant expression, "I know that you and Li Huai are students from the same hometown. If you want to fight for them, that's fine. But can you tell me the truth before you fight? If you say you've won against me, I won't fight back. I'm willing to let you punch me." But Yu Lu still didn't stop walking. His smile didn't change. But he said something that Li Zhongying didn't understand. "I've always been the one guarding the second half of the night. So let's put the truth aside for now. If you have the chance to meet Li Baoping's youngest martial uncle, ask him yourself. I'm not going to talk to you about this tonight." There were only 5 steps between them. Yu Lu took a big step forward. At the same time he smiled and said, "Let's fight. Be careful. Don't let me punch you half to death so easily. You'll cause me to owe too much and borrow money from someone. If you don't want to pay it back, you have to be his close friend. I'm not qualified." As soon as the domineering words fell, Yu Lu took a second step. Li Zhongying felt a dull sound from the ground. Because the force only penetrated the ground and didn't spread out on the ground, the momentum on the stage wasn't shocking. But the more it was like this, the more Li Zhongying was shocked. With this step she could see the strength of the tall young man in front of her. He was definitely a pure martial artist who was at least level 4. She couldn't underestimate him. Although Li Zhongying's mind was running fast, it did not delay the qi activity in her body. Like a flood breaking through a dam, the qi cultivators' qi activity poured out violently. Qi cultivators were born with the advantage of internal martial arts. They cultivated their body and qi at the same time. In particular, Li Zhongying had been blessed with great fortune since she was a child. After she showed her prowess, she was soon favored by a qi refinement grandmaster of the Great Sui Kingdom. He taught her the secret art of longevity, and her cultivation rose rapidly. Now she was already in the 6th level of the cave state. If Lin Shi in the Cliff Academy was a piece of jade that had yet to be tested and polished, then Li Zhongying was a piece of jade that had already taken shape, sparkling and translucent both inside and outside. For qi refinement warriors, the difference between 5, 6 and 90 was huge. For martial artists, the difference between 3, 4, 6 or 7 was huge. Seeing that Yu Lu was right in front of his eyes, Li Zhongying first made a concealment gesture, then took a few steps back, 2 fingers together, and placed them in front of his chest, like a sword cultivator making a sword stance. It was a simple gesture, but after Li Zhongying used it, it vaguely had the demeanor of a master, giving people the feeling that it was open and above board. Not only that, in the library, wisps of light green qi suddenly came to life, like a fish in water, and crazily rushed towards Li Zhongying. The 6th level of the cave state was the opening of the door of the cave state. It was the opening of the acupoints to take in qi, and it began to absorb reiki from the heaven and earth. The 365 acupoints in the human body were like 365 natural caves and blessed lands. This was also why people said that man was the leader of all creatures. Why did all the demons in the world sharpen their minds and first change into human form before continuing to cultivate? The reason was this. Excluding the 7 acupoints that were naturally opened at birth, men only needed to open 9 acupoints to enter the next level. Women, however, needed to open 12 acupoints to advance. Li Zhongying first used the sword cultivator's means to defend, then used the Taoist's ground shrinking technique to shift, and then directly used the military school's techniques to face the enemy head-on. It was an eye-opener. The way she walked, it was as if she had gathered the strengths of 100 schools of thought, smelted in a furnace. She was very ambitious and had very high aspirations. The 2 simple and unadorned fists collided, fists colliding with fists. There was only a loud sound in the air. Yu Lu did not move. Li Zhongying retreated a few steps, her arms drooping, her face slightly pale, her face full of disbelief. Yu Lu continued to close in, showing no signs of stopping while he was ahead. An old sigh sounded in the library. It was not close to the place where the 2 were fighting, a full 200 feet away, separated by many bookshelves starting from a wall. Then a snow-white sword light lit up, the 3 feet white light rushed forward. Bypassing a row of bookshelves. After flying along the corridor, it bypassed the bookshelves again, passing by Li Zhongying's side as fast as lightning, heading straight for Yu Lu. The tall youth did not stop. At the critical moment, he leaned to the side, dodging the white rainbow flying sword, and continued to run forward in a strange posture. There was a hint of anger in the old voice. Still not stopping? The 3 feet white rainbow light that brushed past the tall youth paused slightly. It did not turn the sword tip, and just used the sword hilt as the sword tip, flying backwards. It was clear that the elderly sword cultivator hiding in the dark knew that even if he was skilled in controlling the sword to his heart's content, once he turned the flying sword around, the delay of this short period of time was still extremely likely to hinder the opportunity, causing that scholar from the Great Sui to truly be injured. Therefore he did not care about paying attention to any sword technique style. The flying sword swept towards the tall youth's back with an even faster speed. Yu Lu leapt up, 1 foot stepping on the bookshelf on the right, borrowing the momentum to move forward, not only dodging the sharp flying sword coming straight at him from behind, he also smashed a fist towards Li Zhongying's head. After the sword cultivator decisively attacked, Li Zhongying was already prepared for the worst, silently reciting a line from the Confucian classics from the Sage of Rites. The moment Yu Lu stepped on the bookshelf in this floor of the library, many bookshelves trembled slightly at the same time, scattered in all directions. From all the ancient books that recorded the teachings of the sage, a string of white words flew out, instantly arriving. The words were big or small, written in regular script, seal script or running script. In an instant they all came in front of Li Zhongying. Finally, in front of Li Zhongying, it turned into a stream of words, flowing slowly, shining brightly. Although the stream was small, it emitted a sacred and vast aura. The tall youth who was rapidly falling from the sky, his expression was normal and still punched her head. He directly broke the stream. 1 punch broke the stream in half, smashing all the words into pieces. Yu Lu's kick landed on Li Zhongying's abdomen, Li Zhongying, who was recognized as the #1 student in the academy in terms of knowledge and cultivation, was sent flying several feet away, falling into the aisle between 2 rows of bookshelves. After landing on the ground, she still slid more than 10 feet, enough to show the strength of this kick. A gray-robed old man appeared beside Li Zhongying. The flying sword that returned without any results hovered near the old man's shoulder. The tip of the sword pointed at the murderer across the aisle.